that there's a crew in town. The head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask the cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be
Winter reveals the hidden lie. Moonlight could mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise.
all the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Good morning, you guys. All of our lovely hillbillies. All right, this is the lawyer is going to grill the ex-TBI agent. So let's watch this. Get comfy, pull you up a blanket, and we will dig in this morning.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Booth. You'll have a seat. Pull up to the microphone, please.
State your name, sir, and spell your last.
Brent Booth.
Mr. Booth, you have been riding, I believe, with Joe Walker to court back and forth. Is that true?
No, sir.
Y'all been talking during breaks?
Oh, yes.
And you understand that you were sequestered, correct?
Hadn't talked about this case, sir.
Right, because of the rule of sequestration, correct?
That's right.
What is that rule? What's your understanding of the rule?
Not to talk about this case,
Why is that?
to influence testimony in this court.
Don't want somebody to know what a witness said and then,
Right.
all right. Now, how long, are you still in law enforcement or are you retired?
I retired.
How long was your experience? How many years were you in law enforcement?
38.
And what did you do?
I was a sheriff's deputy for Henderson County. Served in investigations, 8 out of those 10. For completing my degree, and went to the TBI and September of 96. Began my law enforcement career in 1984, October 1st.
And throughout your career, have you been honest in everything you've done?
Yes.
Is truth important to you?
Yes, sir.
What is an investigative report?
It's a report of investigative actions and investigative activity, what an investigator might see, hear, collect.
And throughout your career, have you tried to be honest in investigative reports and complete,
Yes,
whether it helps the state or whether it helps the defense?
correct.
Generally, our investigative reports is the goal to make them as soon as possible after the event.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's fresh on your mind. It's timely.
Are you allowed to internally record anything and not disclose it to the state?
No,
In other words, when you interview a witness, is there any time where you're internally recording something and then not disclosing it?
no.
How often did you generally record witness interviews?
The policy changed some, I think, during this investigations. I don't remember the year. We weren't allowed to record without specific permission. I don't remember the exact protocols for that. It was written statements for years when I came on the TBI up until that policy change. And then we were allowed to audio, video record thereafter.
And can you approximate when that was?
I don't know, maybe 2014, 2015, somewhere. It'd be a guess. I couldn't be accurate with that.
And after the time 2014, 2015, did you have to have permission to record from that point forward, or could you record?
I couldn't, I don't remember.
Well,
Later, it became standard practice. That's what we did.
okay.
But as the policy changed, I would be afraid to guess on that.
What are the benefits of recording?
Well, obviously, it's a complete, you get every word for word. It's actually easier on the investigator, but you get the word for word.
And it helps in years later know exactly what took place when the witness said something.
It does, but let me explain. Years past, technology was not what it is today. And I have been a part of investigations where recordings were used when I was working the drug cases, for instance. We always recorded. You would have equipment failures. Batteries go down. The device fails itself. And if you're totally dependent on that electronic device, you lose everything. So, until technology caught up and improved, the Bureau, I guess, erred on the side of caution into using it.
And that's why the officer's word's so important in the summaries, right?
Sir?
That's why the officer's word or the agent's word and integrity is so important.
Yes, sir.
In the investigative summaries.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me take you to early 2017 in this case. And you were on the Bobo case from day one, correct?
That, along with 97 other cases.
Okay. we're going to kind of start here and we're going to go back after this, but you were there, I believe, on February 7th, 2017, when Jason Autry rode the routes in this case. And
I don't remember the date, but yes, I was there.
okay. And at trial, you heard the route presented by the defense counsel. You did not?
I wasn't in the courtroom through any of it.
After you testified, you left?
Yes, I think I was the last witness. I was kept out of the courtroom by the defense.
But this was a defense witness. So after you testified, did you leave or did you stay in the courtroom?
I wasn't allowed in the courtroom.
Even
The
after?
defense subpoenaed me while I was on the stand,
I see.
and I wasn't allowed to be in the courtroom through any of the testimony.
I see.
So I heard none of it.
Just your testimony.
That's it.
Do you remember the day that Mr. Autry took y'all everywhere?
Vaguely, yeah.
Do you remember recording times when y'all traveled?
I didn't record it.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, record it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't remember that.
Did
Joe
any-
Walker was case agent. I think he was in the car. I'm not even sure I was in the car.
Well,
I
believe,
think I may have followed.
and you were on speakerphone with Walker?
I don't remember that. May have been. Don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember Jason Autry saying that the gun that he thought was used initially was a .357?
I remember him talking about being a revolver.
Okay.
I don't remember the caliber. I don't
Okay.
know. Don't remember that. What if he ever said it was a caliber? I may have read that somewhere, but I don't know.
You trust the word of Kathy Ferguson?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you remember Jason Autry on this date in February of 2017 describing Dylan as, quote, the detail guy?
No.
You would not in any way describe Dylan Adams as a detail guy, would you?
No.
At any point in your investigation, did you try to determine the diameter of a .380 auto round?
No. I don't have that expertise.
Do you have access to google.com?
Yes.
Did you ever Google what the diameter of a .380 round is?
No, sir.
Did you ever go through what was discovery to see if there was ATM video footage prior to the 2017 trial?
I knew about it. I knew there was ATM footage. I saw it at some point during the investigation.
What did you see? What you remember? What times?
A truck in the going through the ATM backwards.
You saw that?
Saw that
When?
during the investigation.
Did you make an IR about it?
No. It was collected by someone else.
What do you mean by that?
That video was collected by someone Another agent.
Okay. Well, what was the file labeled as?
I don't know. Don't remember that.
How'd you get to it? You remember any folders you got to?
I don't remember. May have been me and Joe Walker. Could have been me and Terry Dykes. Don't remember. It was just a truck. It was, as I remember, you couldn't discern who was in it. We couldn't see a tag number. Difficult to even tell what kind of truck it was.
Are you aware there's an IR that Agent Walker said the ATM transaction was not covered by our videos?
I'm not aware of that.
No, that's taken out of context. He could show the witness the exhibit.
All right, so the objection is that this, the question is.
Irrelevant.
Context.
Out of context, irrelevant.
I'd like the witness past the exhibit.
Well, objections overruled on relevance, but you can pursue this in another fashion, Mr. Bates.
Please, exhibit 49. Let's see that mixture.
I don't think it's 49.
Mm-mm. That's not it. Here, hold on. In exhibit 47. May I approach the court reporter?
You may.
Thank you.
Exhibit 23. You're referencing the IR of Joe Walker. All right, witness is being handed exhibit 23.
Agent Booth, I want you to look at that. And my first question is, after the trial in 2017, who communicated to you about the issue in post-conviction relief proceedings that there was a video possibly of a truck that Zach's alleging to be in?
Oh. That came up in conversation with me and Kathy.
Okay, when?
After your filings.
Okay. And your testimony today under oath is at that time you knew there was a video of a truck that matched the truck that the state had confiscated, right?
No, sir.
So you did.
That's not true.
What's not true about it?
Match the truck the state had confiscated? No, sir.
Silverado.
It was a truck and a photograph. I couldn't identify it.
Whoa.
If he could finish,
Whoa.
Your Honor.
No. What photo? You said you couldn't identify the truck.
And the photo you're talking about?
Right. But you said there was a video of it you had already identified. You said prior to trial, you identified the video. Now you're saying after the filing, you were presented a photo that you couldn't identify.
I saw it. I knew the video. Was it 2014 or prior to? I don't remember who collected it, but it was an unidentifiable vehicle, a truck.
What was the label of the video?
I don't know, sir. Don't remember that.
Who labeled it?
I don't remember.
How do you not remember how it was labeled, but you remember watching it?
It was my memory when Kathy and I talked about it after your filings. I had remembered seeing that early on in the investigation, but to know how it's labeled, I don't remember. It's been 14 years. It's been a long time.
Is it possible you were looking at video of just the shortened window of time earlier in the morning with Terry Dykes as he was logging for that morning?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. But somehow you have a distinct memory of seeing a Silverado on the video prior to trial.
You're calling it a Silverado. I couldn't tell you it's a Silverado. That's the problem. I couldn't tell you what kind of truck it is.
But you remember seeing the 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. period prior to trial.
Yes.
You made no investigative report that corrected Joe Walker saying this transaction is not covered by our video.
It was another agent's evidence that he had collected. I don't know who it was. Don't remember who it was.
Did you ever see the IR of Joe Walker that said Shane was at the bank that day?
If I did, I don't remember it.
But yet you remember seeing the video.
Yes.
Okay. What time was Shane at the bank then, based upon your review of the entire day's video?
It was late morning, early. It was 11 to noon hour.
What vehicle was he in?
I have no idea.
But you know he was there in the morning.
Based on a transaction and a statement that I think he had made to an agent that he was at the bank that day, we deduced that. I think you can look. Well, again, this is not timestamped.
But you knew that he was at the ATM.
I think that's a statement that he gave to an FBI agent, Jason Cardone. I believe that's where that information came from, but I would be guessing to say that. It's been so many years.
Did you communicate this to the prosecution in 27 prior to the trial?
I'm sure we did, but I couldn't swear to it.
So it's your belief that the prosecution knew that Shane was in the morning in Parsons?
I don't know that they knew, but I'm sure they knew. They went through everything.
Okay.
And we're not talking about morning. We're talking about, as I recall, the 11 to noon hour.
Did you alert ever the prosecution, hey, the video, I think that's an ATM video, was labeled incorrectly as a BP video?
No. I don't know how it was labeled. I never looked at the label.
What other videos was in the batch of videos? What other locations?
I don't know.
But the only video you know is that there was an ATM video.
I remember what you're talking about. And in your pleadings, when you drew my attention back to it, I remember that.
Did you remember telling the DA? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. You're aware of the significance of this video, correct?
I know what you're alleging in your pleadings.
Have you ever fired a .32 revolver under a bridge?
No, sir.
Did you ever independently corroborate whether it makes the sound Jason Autry said it made?
A test was done. I think I was present.
When?
After we learned of Jason Autry's information.
Was that video provided, disclosed to your knowledge?
I don't know.
It doesn't make a loud sound, does it?
Yes, it does. It's a gunshot.
Doesn't make a boom, boom, echoing sound, does it?
That depends on the time of day, humidity, temperature. Depends on a lot of things.
How's humidity impacted?
Density of the air.
If it's more humid, more echo?
Less humid, less echo.
Okay.
Less humid, more echo. I got that backwards.
Say that again.
Less humidity, less moisture in the air, more echo.
Okay. Why is it that you know about this, but you've never Googled a 380 auto round diameter?
I'm a weather nut, I guess.
Okay. How many years have you carried a firearm?
Since I was 20 years old. Started at the sheriff's department.
You were a part of a meeting with Terry Dicus and presenting to the DA his position on Terry Britt.
Yes, sir.
And summarize your memory of that.
Several agents. Hansel McAdams, the elected district attorney. Beth Boswell, the assistant DA. Terry Dicus, several TBI agents in the room. And he gave his presentment on the case he had he was making against Terry Britt.
And when was this? Was it before or after the wiretap of Terry Britt's home?
Would have been after.
Okay. And at this time, so who all talked in this meeting? Everyone or just Terry and the DAs?
Terry, the DA, probably everyone.
Okay. And what was your opinion about whether there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed this crime?
That was the problem. There wasn't any probable cause.
There never was, in your opinion, was there?
No, sir.
Pass a witness.
To correct you on never was.
Series of documents.
I'm sorry, what you saying, Mr. Booth?
There, on the correction on never was.
No, Mr. I didn't
At that
ask.
time, there was no probable cause.
No, my question was as clear as whether you saw the video before 2017. I said there never was probable cause. You said yes. You saw me get the document. You know what's coming. The search warrant where you told Judge McGinley there was probable cause Terry Britt committed the crime. Correct?
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, sir. I signed that document.
You told Judge McGinley there is probable cause Terry Britt committed this crime.
I did.
Can you
That's
look
what I
through?
believed at the time.
Can you look through this application?
Are objections to entry of this while he's looking through it? You can go ahead and look through it. Objections to entry?
No, sir, I'm sorry.
We'll mark, an application for a search warrant as exhibit 56.
In this packet, DA McAdams also advised the judge. I have carefully reviewed the information concerning the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo. I concur that there is probable cause to believe that Terry Britt and Janet Britt committed these crimes. That's what the DA said at the time. Correct?
Correct.
What were the ways in which what evidence made you base your opinion there was probable cause against Terry Britt?
It's listed on the pages in this document.
Let the court know.
Do we need to read it all?
You just tell the court what the probable cause was, sir. If you need time to review this, you can.
Identification of Terry Lee Britt as a suspect. Terry Britt's past sexual predatory behavior. Terry Britt's alibi is false. Terry Britt changes his physical appearance. These are headlines to paragraphs that Terry Dicus and I wrote. Analysis of Holly Bobo's cell phone records. Subject's residence and proximity to physical evidence recovered. Terry Britt's pre-abduction knowledge of Holly Bobo. Additional predatory behavior of Terry Britt, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on and on.
Okay. At the meeting, did you tell the DAs, I believe there's probable cause?
Prior to this warrant,
At the meeting with Terry Dicus, did you say, I believe there's still probable cause?
no.
based on just on the wiretapping?
No.
What else?
The search warrants that we had served on his property, his residence, his vehicles, a totality of everything that we had looked at and heard on Terry Britt did not yield probable cause that he was the individual that committed this crime.
Cadaver dog hit on a shovel at Terry Britt's house.
I was told that.
Okay. Is that part of the probable cause? Evidence for probable cause?
Well, some might think so. I don't. I have about as much faith in a dog as I do whether it's going to rain or not. I don't. I lost faith in dogs in this investigation when tried and true dogs that had never failed had me digging up cattle pits and excavating the most gruesome things you'd ever want to find on a farm here and there all over this area. I lost faith in dogs.
Okay.
So no, I wouldn't. I would hate to walk into a courtroom and raise my hand off of what a dog had found.
There was an unknown hair found at Terry Britt's location, correct?
The hair, yes.
We still don't know
Uh,
whose it is.
Well, later I learned that a young lady had been working for Terry Britt, doing construction work with he and his wife, blonde-headed. Ricky Inman, the local investigator in Decatur County, had contacted her, had contacted Mr. Dicus on 2 or 3 different occasions to have him come. She had agreed to provide a hair sample and talk to him, and he didn't show. So,
That's just a guess. It's hers, right?
well, she's deceased now, so
So yes, it's a guess. It's hers. It has not
could have
been.
been. That could have been another, as a possibility we didn't get to rule out.
Okay. Hadn't ruled out Holly's either,
Well,
right?
I didn't see that it was or was not, as I recall.
Did you ever suggest? I'm skipping around a tad. We need to test that 380 next to the remains. See if we can get fingerprint or DNA analysis.
I wasn't aware that there was a 380 found in those where her remains were recovered until later, way later on.
After the trial?
Probably, yes.
So let me just make sure. You're the lead case agent on one of the most important cases in your career.
No, I wasn't.
You're co-lead agent.
I wouldn't even call it co. I was just a field agent. I was
right.
just an agent,
Just
a
a-
working agent. Joe Walker was a case agent after Terry Dicus.
And so the remains were found, exhibits were made, bullets were tested, and you just, by golly, had no idea about it. But when I asked you this morning about a video, you said, I remember a photo of a truck. That's where we are in your credibility right now, correct?
And I'm going to object to Mr. Bates
Objection
testifying.
sustained.
Okay. Now, at some point, you interviewed Tequila Jones.
I don't remember Tequila Jones, the name, but
Okay, do you remember interviewing with Art Vivros, a young lady who was abducted by Terry Britt in approximately 2009?
okay, yes.
And this is a young lady who was picked up by Terry and Janet Britt, I believe in Jackson, and then dropped off in Lexington. And
Yes.
there was were you led to believe there was a crime that took place with Terry Britt with Tequila Jones?
Yes.
And Terry Britt was arrested in general sessions for this crime in Madison County, correct?
Yes,
And at the preliminary hearing, Miss Jones was not there.
correct.
And you know why she was not there?
I later learned, yes,
Why not?
locked up for prostitution, I believe.
So it's not uncommon in our criminal justice system for victims of crime to also be charged with other crimes and being locked up somewhere, correct?
Correct.
It's the job of the state of Tennessee at the preliminary hearing to make sure the victim is located and brought to court, either by subpoena or if they're locked up by transport order, correct?
Correct.
And the preliminary hearing was prior to April 13th, 2011, correct?
I believe that's right.
Did you ever get worried that if Terry Britt was the person that abducted and killed Holly Bobo, he should have been locked up but for the state's negligence on Tequila Jones's preliminary hearing?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that assumption as well. Mr. Bates knows full well the multiple agencies that would be involved in a situation like that, and to make that accusation is improper and misleading.
It's also asking for an opinion of,
Yes, sir.
Which it goes to his, I mean, there's been massive leeway allowed on the opinion of these officers.
rephrase the question. Mr.
Okay.
Bates. Objection sustained. The question is asked.
If Terry Britt committed this crime, whatever agency did not get Tequila Jones to court for the preliminary hearing of Terry Britt would have blame in this, correct?
Now I'm going to object to speculation.
I'm going to allow this question. Go ahead.
No. Not in my opinion. It's my understanding of that situation. They didn't know where she was at the time the hearing was being held.
But
And they didn't learn till later she was locked up.
But there's a process where you can you can put a name in a system within county and TDOC facilities to see if there's an inmate by name and social security, correct?
That system exists. But I don't know that the clerk was on that system or doing those searches.
Okay. So you never came to the concern Terry Britt should have been in jail on April 13th, 2011?
No.
Prior to what I'm going to allow you to say, the big change in this, at some point there were concerns about Clint Bobo being an important witness in the prosecution of Terry Britt.
I heard Terry Dykes talk about that.
Did you ever share that concern at all?
No.
Are you aware of a memorandum that TBI prepared and sent, or prepared and was prepared to send to the TBI again about Clint?
No.
May the witness see what's been marked for identification 21. Your Honor, the search warrant application was entered, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Marked at Exhibit 56 is the next number, correct?
Yes.
And I'll just give you a minute to look at it.
I've never seen this document.
Okay. Is it TBI's position? Well, let me ask, is it your understanding that TBI's position was in any investigation, accuracy is not the issue is consistency?
No, sir.
In other words, if two people say different things, in your training, were you taught how to investigate and interview witnesses?
Yes.
And is it important for you when you're interviewing a witness to get the truth from them, even if it's inconsistent with another witness?
Yes.
Because the other witness might be lying.
That's what an investigation is, to try to determine what the truth is.
And they both might be lying, right?
Of course, possibility.
And it's one of the ways that you have been taught is who has an incentive to lie. Is that an important part?
You always look at that.
Why is it important?
Self-preservation is reasons for people to lie, holding something back for, maybe criminal exposure on their own part. There's a million different reasons why people lie.
Have you been taught sometimes people lie when they feel under pressure?
Of course.
Now, what in your opinion, well, before I get there, beyond Terry Dykes, did anybody else say that there was problems with Clint Bobo being an important witness in this case?
I never heard it like that.
Did you ever hear words to this effect? Clint Bobo is going to give the defendant a get out of jail free card.
I never heard that.
Did you deal much with Mr. Agent Van Hooser?
He was my supervisor.
Okay. You spent a lot of time with him?
Well, as relative to employee supervisor, yes.
Did you ever hear him say Clint Bobo is a problem in this case?
No, not that I remember.
You ever remember reading in IR where he referenced those words, Clint's giving the defendant a get out of jail free card?
I don't remember that. I don't know that I ever read that.
Okay. Is it common for agents to read other agents' IR reports?
It's common.
In this case, was it done?
That's primarily the responsibility of the case agent to sit and go through this file on a day-to-day basis. I did not. I was in the field interviewing, running leads, working, like I said, working on 97 other cases over that 6-year period while this one was going on. I was busy. I was not in the office reading hours.
Where did you watch the video then if you weren't in the office much?
That would have been in our old office. Yeah.
In what city?
Jackson.
Okay. How many hours did you spend looking through videos?
Several,
No
but
more.
not an abundance. That wasn't my task.
Okay. In, we say late 2013, or when did things change for you in this case? When did things change?
January 2014.
Okay. Let's set the stage. Prior to this time, had y'all received a lot of statements, what other people said?
Yeah.
Okay. What were the statements other people were quoted as saying?
It would depend on how many hours you were, in what area, concerning who, I guess.
Multiple tips came into y'all's office that said, I heard so-and-so say this about Holly Bobo.
That was every day.
They said this implicating other people, correct?
Yes, I can clarify that for you. This case hit social media, which was new at the time. There were 150 to 200 people in front yard, all with the latest new smartphones and social media, which I knew nothing about at the time. CNN was calling within an hour. This case exploded within hours. I couldn't tell you how many leads came in over first year, 2 years, 3 years with this. And we had the help of the Marshal Service. We had the help of the FBI, other agencies. There were 11 TBI agents in West Tennessee at that time. We were working day and night.
You were.
Yes, we were running every lead. Yes, multiple people, multiple sightings, multiple this, that. But a lot. We were busy.
Multiple people saying, I heard this person say this that wasn't true.
Yeah.
Now, what was the big reveal? What was it?
In 2014,
Yes, sir.
I got a phone call from a lady that told me that Dylan Adams had told her, sitting in her living room, what happened to Holly Bobo.
Tell the court exactly, first of all, what's this lady's name?
Sheila Kilser.
Tell the court exactly what she said.
I can't give you exactly. It's in a statement that she gave us, but in summary, that Dylan had sat down in her living room and told her about Holly being brought to he and Zach's house, seeing her beaten.
By Zach.
Without seeing that statement again, I couldn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing that changed everything.
It refocused.
All right. And who did Sheila say killed Holly?
Without seeing that statement, I don't know.
Okay. It's your opinion to state that she was being honest to you?
Yes.
Her Sheila Kilsner's son was where at this time?
Jason was locked up, I think, in Union City, being held on federal charges. I had interviewed Sheila in May of 2013. Or not interviewed her, I was there to see her son. And after I left, her son, according to her, went and picked up Dylan. And Jason got in the shower, her son, and Dylan sat out on the couch. And she either asked the question or he just spontaneously told her. I think she probably asking the question, have you heard, what about Holly Bobo? And he just unloaded on her, told her.
This was Dylan Adams.
Dylan.
Okay. Then you went to Miss Kilser's son, Jason, in jail, correct?
At some point, yes.
And you then also talked with Dylan Adams.
Yes.
How many times did you meet with Dylan Adams while he was in Obion County Jail?
I don't know.
It was you and
Three,
Mr.
maybe, maybe.
Two?
I'd be guessing.
And how many times did Mr. Jeff Jackson see Dylan, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
A lot?
More than I did.
A lot.
More than I did. I don't know.
Okay. And at Dylan Adams' conversations, he gave you information, correct?
Yes.
And you know that information turned out to not be true.
No, I don't know that information is not true.
You believe Jason Autry's trial testimony?
Oh, yes.
Okay. The information Dylan gave is impossible to reconcile with Jason Autry's testimony. Correct?
There are problems with that, but different perspective, different events. Dylan described Holly being brought to Zach's house. Raped and beaten.
By who first?
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was Zach or. I don't remember.
You don't remember it was Jason Autry?
Could have been. You may be right. I don't remember without reading that statement again. It's been a while.
At a time when Jason Autry was in Benton County?
That's what he said.
That's what his cell phone record said also.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct. Well,
Now, let's go back to Sheila Kilsner. I got a little packet for you. One for the witness, one for the court. And we can start at the
Has the
back.
state seen this?
Yes.
Objectors to entry?
No.
This is IR 1883, 1888, 1490. Will be entered as collected exhibit 57.
Agent Booth, if you can start on IR 1490.
May 2nd, 2013. You want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
The agent met with Jason Kilzer it's blacked out, after proper identification purpose of the interview, voluntarily provided the following information. This agent asked Jason Kilzer if he had knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo. His response was, Mr. Booth, I know why you're here. I've heard from Billy Tucker. What he's telling is a lie. If I knew anything about Holly Bobo, I'd tell you. He said Billy Tucker is trying to work an angle to get out of jail. He is not dealing with the time he is about to get. Billy Lloyd Tucker made up the story after reading the newspaper about the case. He denied telling Billy Lloyd Tucker that he knew anything about Holly Bobo. He did say that he knew Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, said Dylan Adams was helping him work on a truck this day. He said Dylan Adams never told him anything about Holly Bobo.
Did you determine at the time of writing this IR that it was accurate? You felt like he was telling you the truth, or did you think he was lying?
I didn't feel like he was truthful. He was evasive.
Why didn't you put that in your report?
Like so many other we got, just documented what he said.
There's other reports where y'all, TBI, would document concerns about the credibility of the person you interviewed.
Well, I didn't on this day.
Why not?
I don't know.
Okay. So Kilzer on IR 40, in your opinion, is dishonest.
Well, evasive.
All right. He's not to be trusted. He's a dishonest person.
None of the witnesses used
That's-
the word evasive.
The
None of the words.
objection is sustained. He's not using the word dishonest.
You didn't trust him.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Trust him?
Yes.
It was, what I considered that was just another lead of unverified information about what we had been taught. There was a documented interview where he tells me about a guy that's trying to get out of jail. I can't tell you how many more of those there are or we had heard. Same thing. Somebody working an angle to get out of jail, tell you what you want to hear.
That's Billy Tucker.
I understand, but he was the one that said he had talked to Billy Tucker and overheard it.
We don't believe you don't believe Billy Tucker, correct?
I don't know that I ever talked to Billy Tucker.
At the time, you did nothing to follow up on Billy Tucker's information that Jason Kilzer rebutted. Is that correct?
I didn't. I don't know who else may have.
All right. Well, that would indicate you believed at one time Jason Kilzer that he had no information about Holly Bobo, right?
I took it what he said here. He didn't know.
Did you believe him?
I documented the information. I don't know how much believability or emphasis I put on what he said.
Okay. Now, fast forward to the first page. It's IR 1883. This is the January 24th, 2014 phone call to you by Sheila Kilzer, correct?
Correct?
Now, read that last paragraph, please.
She said Dylan told her that the money was to be split between them. She said Autry was the person that came to the Bobo home and took Holly into the woods. She said he told her that Autry took her to their grandfather's house at Sugar Tree in Decatur County. Told her he walked into in on the beating that Autry was giving Holly at his grandfather's house. Autry hit her too hard and killed her. She said he told her her body was out there near the grandfather's place, Decatur County. She said A-Train is Zach Adams' brother of Dylan. She said Dylan is in jail in Union City on drug charges with her son Jason. She also said the grandfather of Dylan and Zach Adams works for the Water Department in Decatur County.
You now know that's not true, correct? If you
Well,
believe,
it wasn't what we later learned. Like
Okay.
I said, this is initial information from her.
so, but in hindsight, on January 24th, we know Billy Tucker told you something not
No.
true. Jason Kilzer told you something not true. Sheila Kilzer told you something not true.
Not true. I don't know that I ever interviewed Billy Tucker.
You ruled out the truthfulness of what Billy Tucker said.
No, sir, I can't say that.
Okay.
I talked to Jason Kilzer.
All right.
He's the one brought up the name Billy Tucker. I don't know that I ever interviewed Billy Tucker. Somebody else may have.
I see. Then on January 27th, you met Sheila Kilzer, IR 1888 at the Henderson County Fire Chief office, correct?
Yes.
And now she's clarified for you the third paragraph. She said that A-Train took Holly from her home, walked her into the woods. She said A-Train is Jason Autry and was told by Dylan that his brother Zach Adams helped him. That's impossible to reconcile with Jason Autry's trial testimony and what Sheila Kilzer told you January 27, 2014, correct?
I wasn't here when Jason Autry testified.
Are you aware that he testified that he was in Benton County? Well, at the trial, you said we got our guy. We did it. We got it right. We made a lot of mistakes, but we got it right. That was based on Jason Autry's version of the truth, right?
Based on a totality of the case.
But Jason told the story how it happened.
Jason told a story.
Okay. And that story is totally inconsistent with Sheila Kilzer.
It's inconsistent with what she said this day.
All right. Well, tell me who's telling the truth then. Door A, Jason Autry. Door B, Sheila Autry. Or Sheila Kilzer.
You have to look at a totality of the evidence, totality of it, not one.
No, these are two people saying things that are impossible. And I'm asking you which one, in your opinion, is telling the truth.
I don't know.
You aware sworn testimony went to the jury that Jason Autry's version was what happened? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Are you aware that when Jason Autry pled, the prosecutor said his testimony answered many questions left open factually by our investigation?
I heard that.
And now you're saying, I don't know if it was true.
I didn't say that. I wasn't in here when he testified.
Are you saying?
You're asking me two different questions. You're asking me about Jason Autry, Sheila Kilzer, or Jason Kilzer. Which,
Okay.
what's the truth? The truth lies in a totality, not individually.
Are you aware Jason Autry testified that he showed up at Shane Austin's house at 30 Yellow Springs Road? Miss Holly Bobo was wrapped in a blanket. Jason was called in to dispose of the body, drove to the river, realized she was still alive, watched Zach shoot her. Jason then needed to get back for lunch plans, followed back up to get some morphine from Victor Dinsmore. That was his only involvement with Holly Bobo that day.
Yes, I heard that.
That is totally inconsistent with Autry going to her home, walking her into the woods, taking her and killing her. Correct? This is not a, hey,
This is what Sheila killed her at. She wasn't there. She didn't.
oh,
She's
okay.
not a direct participant.
So
She's repeating what she heard 6 months earlier, 7 months earlier from Dylan.
So was Sheila lying to you?
I don't think she was. I think she was recalling from memory what she heard Dylan say.
So, but it wasn't true. What was she just had bad information.
That's why I went to Dylan.
Okay, but she had bad information.
I wouldn't call it bad information, no. This was the first time when Sheila kills her call. This was the first time that somebody had given us information of seeing Holly Bobo post-kidnapping, post-abduction. First time. Somebody that knew her. First time.
But if it was wrong, what difference does it make?
That's for us to determine through the investigative process. He wrote down, documented what she said. We went to Jason and we went to Dylan. Went to the source.
And what Dylan told you was not true.
I'm not going to say it's not true.
Why? No, the court's going to ask you to answer your questions, to answer my questions.
He is answering the question, Your Honor. He's
All right,
disagreeing.
now, hold on. He's answering your question, Mr.
Okay.
Banks.
Was the part about Dylan's testimony that the first person to rape Holly was Autry?
I don't remember that without looking at it.
Pull up.
What exactly he said.
The first recording.
You gonna refer to an exhibit, Mr. Bates?
Yes, I believe this
Is
is
this the video?
10A. And what was Mark Brown's application? You remember conducting an interview with Dylan and Jeff Jackson in September of 2017.
Yes. So I don't remember the date.
Do you remember
September of 2017.
14? I apologize. Do you remember and can I see what's been marked identification 12 and put on 10A? Yeah. And so hop up for a second. And Your Honor, we're going to start on minute 20 right now.
So we're going to refer to the exhibit 10A first, and then you're going to come to exhibit 12.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, starting at minute 1948. I will just play for a second and authenticate.
Say you got bricks and I can tell you and make it show up bricks, no,
Where do you get something like that?
I had no clue. I won't say Huntsville, Alabama, or somewhere, or Spy Shop.
Call it a spoof one? How does it work?
And it's just like I won't say just like a little count number, but on it, they can make any number they want to show up. Right? No, not.
Do you identify, Mr. Booth, that this recording?
Yeah.
And this is the September 2014 interview with Dylan.
Yeah.
And we're going to fast forward to minute 25. Okay, 25:12.
Was she been hurt? Did you see any injuries to her?
Look like she was bleeding. I don't know if she was probably got her eyes look like it. They have nose swollen a little bit. Okay. And maybe they didn't know.
You remember it being outside of her face?
It was over here.
This eye looked puffy and
Her nose. It looked tough and that.
could you see any blood coming out of her mouth or nose or anything? You just said you saw
I
it.
love that. They couldn't blood out of her shirt.
You remember us talking about some scratches that you said you saw on that? Did you already have the scratches on them at this point? What do you remember about that?
I don't know how many steps you know when you come back.
When you come back with her, or? So as he's coming in the house now, he's scratched up on his arm. And she is bleeding or has been bleeding, she has been bleeding, her eye, nose, and busted lip. And she having to be led into the house. Did they say anything about drugging her or anything like that? Did she look like she was just going along in the house? What do you think is what I said?
My sister, you know,
Where they carrying them down? Okay. Now, upstairs, you gotta go to the pool table, go up the steps, and then there's that bar and that open window area, and you walk and that. Look at where, because if you go to the right from there, Zach's bedroom's on that way. So if you kind of go to the left, there's a living room. Okay, look at that. Immediately,
describe that.
tell us everything to the point. I want every detail of who took her clothes, how much of her clothes, how much of whoever was doing the raping. Let's go through that point on it. Who did what? She got her in the house. She's been walked up into the living room. What furniture's in the living room? Bring that. Bring the couch. Okay. Now, the way that house is laid out, that couch was sitting, if it was the same way then as it was when I saw it, that couch was kind of sitting one end close to that window and one end further away from the window. Does that sound right? Or was it sitting?
It was, at that time, it was like where even with the bar like that.
Okay, so maybe it'll help us if we draw that. Let's take this and draw, come into the house. Carport down here, came in this way. Here's that entryway, and that step, pool table's here. That window area is right here, right in that door. So you're saying that couch was sitting this way along, right? Bear with me on this. So that being a couch. So this one, the end arms of it, back up, and you get the little bar, yeah, the bar coming out like that. Supposed to get fixed. All right, so it was sitting that way. Which end of it would you put her in? Toward the front of the house, toward the road, the front door of the house, which thought there was somewhere right over there. Sort of, I got that wrong. Not all of these. Because this wall comes on over here, this is the old carport. Yeah, old carport, you can come up, that would be right. Actually, everything would be, actually the door would be right, be behind the house. Okay. Because you got, so right here's the bar, right here's the bar, right here's the couch, and then you got the kitchen table here, and you got the big window right there. Yeah. And then you got the big window, door. You're talking about there is a big like bay window in the front of the house. So this is the big window in the front of the house, and this is the door. If I draw that couch position right, the window's going to sit behind the couch. So the couch was sitting this way. How do you draw it right first time? So this being the door and that being the window on the front of the house. And that opening where you can see down here where the pool table would be over here. Right, and that kitchen. Yeah, I forgot about, this is actually a kitchen area down in here, right? This kitchen. And then that wall actually comes like that. And then the door comes out. Is that right? Okay. All right. Before we're done today, I think I have someone that could find me a diagram of that house as it was, the way that we were at. So I'll try to find that for us before we're done, because I want to, it's important to me where exactly this house was positioned and all that now, okay? But, all right, so she's coming in, and even if I got that wrong, we're going to fix that in a few minutes.
All right, I'm gonna pause it here before we get to the next part. At this time, you were in the room with Agent Jackson and Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And
Let's clear the record. When did you pause it?
I paused it at 31:35, Your Honor.
Thank you.
so the timeline is January 24th, Sheila Kilser gives you information. January 27th, 2014, you have a longer sit down with Sheila Kilser, correct?
Yes. You're looking at 1888.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Kilser was giving you information in efforts to try to get her son some favorable dealings with his pending charges?
She didn't ask for it at that time. Just, she told me, she said, after you left the house, Jason brought Dylan over and I asked him about Holly Bobo and he just, here's what he told me.
Did you have any indication that was Miss Kilser's angle, trying to help her son?
Not really. Not at that time.
Did you sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the ways you identify why people lie is self-preservation. That extends to family members.
It's a lot of motives.
And so right now it's a little susceptible to you in hindsight that Sheila gave you information for her son to give you to help his case. In hindsight, you see it.
Well, why they came forward At that time, she told me that, she said, I can't live with this anymore. I'm afraid y'all are not gonna find out who done this. Here's what I know.
But that's what she said
Initially,
under the same vein of initially telling you that
but her son
A-Train's,
is in.
I'm not done with my question, sir. That A-Train's the one that walked in the woods and picked Holly up and killed her.
I believe she told me what she remembered.
What she remembered somebody saying to her. And if somebody who said that to her was lying, what does it make Sheila Kilzer repeating to you? What is that? A lie, right?
I believe she gave me the information that she had.
But if it's not true, it doesn't make it trustworthy.
I didn't know it wasn't true.
Of course you did. But hindsight has proven it not true. With cell records of Mr. Autry, right? In other words, if the court officer tells somebody in the back, who tells somebody in the front, who tells co-counsel, who I tell you, if the first thing was wrong, it's going to be wrong the whole way around, right?
Possibly.
And if the first person who said the untruthful thing had a motive for it to be untrue, it kind of explains the situation, doesn't it?
I don't believe that was her motive, was to tell me something untruthful.
When did she ask you for help for Jason's case?
I don't know that she ever did.
Did she imply it?
The only thing she ever asked for was that Jason be moved closer to her home, where she didn't have to drive so far to visit. And that included, from, give you an example of what it was, from, was it West Virginia to Alabama? And I don't know, at some point, I know that was done. I don't know if that was it. I don't remember. We didn't request it, but I know it was done. I don't know if that's.
So Jason did receive preferential treatment.
I wouldn't call it that. I don't know that he was moved. I don't know if the Bureau of Prisons moved him as part of their regular routine. I don't remember ever asking for that for him. I have very little influence with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. We can't, you don't tell them where they're going to move inmates.
Who was the federal prosecutor at this time on Jason Kilzer's case?
There was, may have been Beth
And what's Beth's last name?
Boswell.
And who was the state assistant district attorney in this case during that time?
When it started,
Yes, sir.
or are you talking about later?
No, when it started.
Beth Boswell.
Okay.
And
So then Jason was he charge partners with Dylan? Or was it unrelated charges?
you talking about Jason Kilzer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Let me pause right 1 second. We have multiple Jasons in this case. Let's use last names, first and last if you wish, but
Thank
let's
you,
make
Honor.
sure we specify the Jasons.
Jason Kilzer charge partners with Dylan.
That's my understanding.
And at this point, do you have any memory of what happened to Jason Kilzer's charges in federal court?
No.
Were you a part of the Dennis Benjamin solution?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea why Dennis Benjamin was the location, the house arrest location for Mr. Dylan Adams?
No, sir.
Did you have, after it happened, did you come to have an awareness of what the situation was?
Yes.
When did you come to this awareness?
I guess it was right before or at Dylan's release from Union City facility or federal custody.
Okay. He went to Dennis Benjamin's home.
Yes.
At that time, what was your awareness of who Dennis Benjamin was?
He was a retired Memphis police officer, police detective. I didn't know a lot about Dennis. That's what I know. Good guy.
How do
Very
you
good guy.
how do you know he was a good guy?
I think it's based on what others had said about Dennis.
Who vouched for him?
Maybe Jack Van Hoosier. I met him. Met he and his wife.
Did part of your work in this case, did you listen to his interviews with relevant witnesses?
Whose interview?
Dennis Benjamin's.
No.
Okay. Are you aware that he spoke with Victor Dinsmore?
I became aware that he did, but I didn't know it at the time.
When did you become aware?
Oh, gosh. Maybe last year.
Have you listened to the recording between Dennis Benjamin and Victor Dinsmore?
No.
Have you had any communications with Mr. Benjamin the past year and a half? January 1st, 2024 till now?
No.
Okay. Your understanding, however it happened, wherever it happened, Dylan pleads out in federal court on a case prosecuted by Beth Boswell in federal court, goes and lives with Dennis Benjamin, would you agree was a friend of Miss Agent Van Hoosier?
Friend of law, yeah.
And when you would agree Dennis Benjamin was also helping the Bobo family solve this crime?
I later learned that.
Okay. And you would agree that he was also some regard helping TBI?
Yes.
All right. In hindsight, do you realize that was inappropriate?
No.
You think it impacted Dylan Adams' truthfulness?
Yes. Positively.
Positively.
Mhm.
Play. Picking up right where we left off.
Green, none is green chairs in there,
So there's some green chairs, but you're talking about the couch.
yeah,
What color was it?
I know it's green, I don't know exactly what color ground.
Leather or
Leather.
Leather. Okay. Who did what first? The hauling once you got in there. Okay. What exactly did he do to her? Everything stripped her naked. Okay. How much of his own clothes did he take off? He didn't need to take. He didn't take them off his legs, he just dropped them out. How did he hold her against that couch?
He bent her over. He held her arms out, pressed her down over her thing, so she couldn't get away.
Over the end of the couch?
Yeah.
Okay. What all did he do to it?
Okay.
Okay.
What do you mean both ends?
When you say both ends, you gotta help me out there, because literally, did they make her perform any oral sex?
Anal and
Okay. Anal and vaginal sex with her. You know, as any of this person, I'm saying, you stand there watching. And then, how long,
35 minutes.
Well, was she still conscious, fighting, saying no?
More like that's when she taking the contact. She goes with,
She was taking, did they make her take her clothes off, or did,
they taking the contact.
okay, who's they?
Okay.
When you see they is plural, I'm not trying to pick on you, but when you say they, I need to make sure we understand we're saying the same thing. Yeah. Are you saying that Autry alone is the one that took her clothes off of? What was she saying when that was happening?
Well, I mean, like what they say.
Okay. And so then, does he ever speak to her? Alright, so he puts her across the couch, bends her over, has her pinned down from behind, and has her arms over the end of the couch. And he raped her. And for how long you say that? What made you keep up with that?
What it's saying, this is estimated, I don't know exactly.
Have you ever been around anyone else that either having a consensual sex or witnessed any other rape in your life? When you watching a clock, do you know anything about these times being accurate, or do you just somehow guessing? Okay. Once he's raped her, what happens next?
That was done by the, that way, you don't hold the carry. But now I'm gonna give you,
Okay. What you do? How long did you rape her? How do you know you raped her 20 minutes?
get this, and I
Exactly how did you rape her?
I'm around,
Between you two first? Did you use a condom or anything? Did you finish? Inside her? On her? How did you finish? Before? And what blood was on the floor?
I did,
How bad was she bleeding?
I really like it.
Is that a wood floor in that part? What was ever done to clean it up?
Well, I know it's that, after that, I don't know.
You don't know if you ever cleaned that, you kind of do, did he ever make you do cleaning it up? What clothes, I'll even back up just a little bit, what clothes did you have on?
Swing the shirt,
Okay. Did you totally undress, or what did you do?
got the pants on,
Get blood on your pants? Did you get blood on your shoes?
where did the blood come from? Everywhere,
What did you do with your clothes?
like,
What do you think about that?
something like very near.
You didn't burn or destroy your clothes? Did Zach or Jason also burn or destroy their clothes? I'm not trying to get you to say something that's not true, but they're having stories out there that something like that was done. So I'm trying to verify if that's true or not.
And then if I knew I was free,
Did you clean anything up?
At 3747, just before that, Agent Booth, you asked specifically, did Autry ejaculate inside her,
Mhm.
correct?
Yeah.
And he said, I believe so. Correct?
I believe that's what I heard.
Wow. That phrase, I believe, do y'all remember criticizing Dylan for saying, don't tell me what you believe? So is
If
that
that's what he said, that's what he said.
okay? And you remember him saying that.
I just heard it.
Well, did you forget after this interview in 2014, did you forget that Dylan said the first person that raped Holly was Jason Autry?
I haven't thought about this case in years, sir.
Okay.
When did I forget it? I don't know.
Because one of my first questions to you was, do you remember a video? And you said, yes, I remember seeing a truck on a video. On a video that had multiple vehicles. You remember seeing that video in an office in Jackson, even though you had a bunch of other cases and you did mostly field work.
What you said is not true.
A very important point. You're saying you forgot that Jason Autry was said by Dylan after living with Dennis Benjamin, who you said helped his credibility. You forgot that Autry was the first person in this story to have raped Holly.
And your question, which
You're saying you just forgot that.
it's been 14 years.
So yes, you forgot it.
Yeah.
Now, you know that's not true based on the cell records of Jason Autry. I'm referring to my demonstrative aid, Your Honor. You know that morning, Jason Autry's in Benton County. He swings by for a minute, goes under the bridge. At no point was he there for 45 minutes. And his testimony was she was wrapped in a blanket by that time. Right?
That's what I later learned, yeah.
So we know no matter what Dylan said, no matter what Sheila Kilzer heard Dylan say, no matter what Dennis Benjamin heard Dylan say, based on the cell record of Jason Autry being in Benton County that morning, it was a lie. Right?
There are things that we will never know what happened, whether she was at the Adams house or at what point she ended up at Shane Austin's trailer where Autry says he first encountered her. We don't know. She was
Y'all can tell the
abducted
jury
at
that.
7:42 a.m. So we're talking about 7:42 for how many hours? We don't know.
You never once told the jury, we don't know.
Yara, could he finish answering?
I'll
Let him finish answering the question.
tell us everything we don't know.
What happened to her body after? What happened to her body, say, after Mr. Adams let Jason out at the church? Where'd he go with her body?
This involves the rape before she was killed.
I agree with you. But you asked me what we don't know.
Okay.
That's one of the things we don't know.
You think Jason Autry raped her?
I don't know.
Did you communicate this to the prosecutors? Hey, I don't know if Jason Autry's testimony is going to be truthful.
I provide them the information.
You were a
They
part of
make
the
that determination.
IR 3152 we'll get to with Ms. Ferguson. You were there on a speakerphone when Jason's laying out this whole story. You had concerns about the truthfulness of that story, didn't you?
We have concerns about every statement we get. I mean, it's not, we're always looking for a way to verify, always looking for a way to substantiate what to say,
Like cell phone records.
like cell phone records.
What time was Shane and Zach in Parsons on April 13, 2011?
I don't know.
Well, you said you're always looking for verification.
Yeah.
Approximately when were they in Parsons?
Later, around lunchtime, as I remember it.
In the Silverado?
I believe that was a statement we had. They had said that, I think, in their initial statements. They went to Parsons in Dillon's Silverado.
What did you do in preparing for today's testimony?
Not a lot. I've been retired for a year.
Who emailed? Did you email Kathy Ferguson a photo of the video of the Silverado?
No.
Did you tell her where it was, the video?
No.
Who'd you tell about the video?
I don't remember telling anybody about the video.
Somebody talked to you about it after the pleadings, though.
When the pleadings came about, yeah, I talked to Kathy about it.
Well, which is it? You said, I don't talk to anybody about the video. Now you're saying, I talked to Kathy about it.
Well, you're taking that out of context.
Can you play minute 130 on exhibit 10A?
Minute 130. Is that correct?
Correct. Before we hit play, the green couch was discussed in this video, correct?
What we just heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
TBI pulled the green couch expecting to find DNA evidence, correct?
We were hopeful, yeah.
Found no DNA evidence.
We did find nail polish.
That was not attached to Holly's.
What?
It was not Holly's.
The nail polish?
Correct.
Consistent with what she had on that day, as I remember.
In a color.
Without seeing the report, I don't remember. I remember as generally it was consistent with what she had on that day.
The same color, correct?
I'm not going to say that without knowing exactly.
Okay. What other characteristics of the nail polish was consistent?
Color, make, well, I don't know.
Fair enough. Do you know of any physical evidence that corroborated all of these stories that circulated that Zach Adams committed this crime?
Repeat that again.
Do you know of any physical evidence that corroborates all of these stories that Zach Adams committed this crime?
What physical evidence? What
Precisely.
specific?
Minute 130.
So you're talking about an hour and 30 minutes, not.
I'm sorry, 130. Yes, 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Okay? I just want to know the thing. I want to know what was said. Because it's very important. What was said and what was followed. Because what you told us so far is about the first part of this rape. And if my big question to you is, when they got back to your house with Holly, if Shane Austin went with him to take her, well, do you know what kind of action he was taking? What time did they get to your house? Where were they at between the time they took her? I can drive 2 loops around Decatur County in that amount of time from her house to yours. Where'd they go? Where was Shane Austin when they got back to your house? How do you get to his house if you went with them to take her? How do you get back to his house and then them to there, but there's a big gap in time? You believe it or you know it? I know they did. How do you know they went there? They didn't come straight back to the house after that. Don't hold anything back. Every minute that I talk to you about this, and when I back you up in the corner, you keep spitting out more details. If you want to help me, then quit making me do it like this. I don't want to sit here all night to get this. If you're trying to do the right thing, you should be talking.
Do you remember what time of night this was?
No.
Y'all were prepared to stay there all night?
Yeah.
You plan?
So fast I can shut up so I can take notes. Okay? Start back from where he got to your house. Did you really know how he got to your house? Did his mom and dad really drop him off? Say no. I know he got dropped off. You know he got dropped off. And you know he got there around 7 p.m. Is all that the truth? And once he's there, and it's about 7, y'all have the conversation about, let's go get somebody and rape them. And then, hey, I know somebody. And he mentions Holly Bobo by name. What does he say about her? That's, I don't care how vulgar it is. I want to know what he says. That's one hot, whatever. I want to fuck her. I don't care how vulgar it is. I want to know what he said. If it's his idea to go get her, that explains a lot to me, but I want to know what he said that convinced, he's not the leader of that pack. And your brother and Jason are the leaders of the pack, and y'all two are followers if you're lucky, or somehow get to be included. So if that's how it is, then I want to know what all he said. When you said he mentioned he knew where she lived, there's more conversation than that about it. I mean, if you're going to go take a girl from her own home, there's been some research into this idea, or he's been stalking her, or you've been stalking her, or Zach or Jason's been, one of y'all knew enough about her to go get her. Which one of you is it? And I don't care who, or if it's all of you working together. How long has this plan been being hatched out? You're saying that are you saying that it got hatched out just literally? Sitting around smoking dope with nothing else to do, get horny and start talking about raping a girl? I'm not sure you all that time. Say her name. Get used to saying her name. I don't know how much you do about her. I was told that when you got around to tell her whatnot, that Autry went to the same school she went to at the same time, but you had no same class. How do you know where she lives? I don't know. Did he say they've been following her around? Did he did?
No, did he or did he not?
Believe it did. Don't ever say that the rest of tonight, Hillbilly. Don't say I believe blank. Don't just drop that and you go okay.
Tell me why the TBI doesn't allow witnesses to say I believe in their testimony or in their witness interviews.
Don't want them guessing. We at this point, if you're taking it in the context of this interview, we wanted to know exactly what he knew. Not, don't guess at it. Tell me what you know.
As you watch this today, do you have any regrets about this interview?
No.
Where's this pause?
Your pause at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 3 seconds.
Are you done with this video?
I am for now, Your Honor. Okay. You believe Jason Autry's story as reflected in IR 3152, correct?
Do I have 3152?
The February 2017, where y'all are driving around and Jason's telling everything what happened.
I'll listen to his version of what happened.
You believe it?
Believe those events occurred. Yeah,
You believe the events occurred according to Jason Autry?
according to Jason Autry.
All right. There was about a 5-second pause, would you admit, in your answer?
Try and formulate the correct what I want to say, and I'm correct and I'm truthful in what I'm telling you.
Okay. You believed every part of Jason Autry's story.
Believe what he said. I think he left out some things, maybe. Who knows?
Did he say anything that was untrue to you?
Not that we were able to find.
Did he say things that you did not feel, based upon your investigation in the case, were true?
Not that I recall.
Specifically, he never saw Miss Holly Bobo beyond wrapped in a blanket. Never had sex with her. All of those things.
So what he said.
But you believed it.
I followed the evidence. I listened to his statement, what he said. Whether my personal beliefs enter in or it doesn't enter into it. It's follow the evidence. My job is a fact collector, an information collector, evidence collector, and bring that to the district attorney. My personal feelings can't enter into that.
Tell me what your personal feelings were.
Object, Your Honor, to the relevance of Agent Booth's personal feelings.
This goes to prosecutorial misconduct, Your Honor. If the case agent did not believe Jason Autry, this is...
He didn't say he didn't believe Jason Autry, Your Honor. That has never been.
I'm arguing the relevance. She's suggesting the answer.
I'll allow the question.
Whether I believe Jason Autry, I believe what he said as to his recollection of what happened that day.
Not his recollection.
Go ahead.
Do you believe Jason Autry raped Holly?
No.
You believe Dylan Adams was lying to you in September of 2014?
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't. I'm not going to go there. I don't have physical evidence to say Jason Autry raped her.
Nor do you have any physical evidence that Zach Adams did. Correct?
Correct.
You have cell phone records that had Jason Autry in Benton County this morning, correct?
I'm aware of those records.
You had cell phone records that Zach Adams and Shane are at a south tower of Parsons at 11:15 and 11:16 respectively.
I'm not the cell phone guy.
Your job's to collect
I'm
evidence.
aware of that. It's my job. It's not my job to collect those cell phone records. I didn't. And I didn't analyze them.
But you're aware that's where they were at 11:15, 11:16.
I'm aware of those records.
Okay. Now, let's rewind the day starting here at Parsons. Jason Autry said the reason Shane was at his home on 30 Yellow Springs Road and getting rid of the body was he had a satellite guy coming and he had to get everybody out of there, correct?
I remember that.
The truth is, though, Shane spent the next 2 hours in Parsons, right?
Didn't hear that.
Well, you think he was separated from his cell phone during that time?
Quite possibly.
Who was using his bank records? Who was using his debit card?
Who knows?
No, you pointed at
I don't
Zach.
know. Maybe Zach. Who knows?
So you say that the bank records on Shane's bank card that shows an ATM withdrawal is not, just means nothing.
I didn't collect those records. I'm aware of them. Didn't look at them.
Okay. But you would admit we've got Shane's cell phone at the South Tower of Parsons, number one, and we've got Shane's bank records with purchases. And earlier this morning, you said, I believe he was there around 11 to 12.
That's what, as I remember, the cell phone record, the bank record, who knows?
But earlier you didn't say, I don't think Shane was there. I think he just threw his cell phone and threw his debit card to someone. So let's clarify. You believe
No.
Shane was in Parsons that morning?
Somewhere around lunch,
Okay.
maybe.
Which, depending on how early a riser you are, 11:15 would be around lunch, right?
Yeah.
So cell phones are consistent. And cell phone records can't be manipulated like person's testimony, right?
Correct.
So Jason Autry saying Austin had the satellite guy coming, that doesn't appear to be true, correct? Because Austin spent the next hour or so in Parsons, right?
I don't know that.
We just established that. We just
Explain.
established with the cell records and the bank transactions. We just established that. As an investigator, it's your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and cell records to say where somebody was.
I didn't do that. I don't remember that.
Okay. We've got Shane and Zach at 10:38 and 10:43 in the morning, midday, leaving their home. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
You're gonna, your cell phone data, I was not a part of all that.
Don't you agree? That is an important part of trying to recreate April 13th, 2011.
It was important.
Because y'all based this conviction on what people said months and years later.
Mhm.
Right?
Correct.
So now, according to your understanding, you heard Autry say that Zach and Autry left Birdsong together around, well, the cell records say mid-morning. And at 10:32, they're on the northeast sector, right?
Something like that. I remember that.
And this route you ran with Autry, you admit it's through various back roads. It's not the direct road.
Not down I-40.
All right. Are you aware of how long it takes to be driving, stop at the Yellow Springs Church, stop at 30 Yellow Springs, stop at 256 Adams Lane. Are you aware of how long all that traveling takes?
We ran that, timed that, but I don't remember what it was.
Did y'all disclose timing it?
I'm sure we did.
Who signed off on that?
I don't know.
All right. Now, at this point in our story, you have Dylan, Jason, Zach, and Shane. Jason goes back to Benton County, correct? You remember that part? You remember that part?
I think so.
You do?
I think so. I think I remember that.
Okay, now,
Which Jason are we talking about?
Jason Autry.
It's not.
Under Jason Autry's story, the whole morning had been this difficult task of disposing of a body. Correct? They called Autry in. In other words, they planned this monumentally complex abduction, but then when they get the body, they got to call A-Train in for help. That's Autry's story, correct?
Yeah, he's the cleanup guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
They drive through thick wooded country from Yellow Springs to the river, right?
It's a route known to them. They run it all the time.
And the wooded area looks exactly like the wooded area on County Corner Road where the body was dropped, right?
Say that, repeat that again though.
The wooded area along this route is the same route where it's the same wooded type of area. It's woods, it's trees.
Woods and trees, but yeah.
Right. At no point in that day, you remember, at some point there's helicopters flying this area, correct? In Decatur County.
We're flying. I couldn't tell you where all they went. They're all over Decatur County,
Okay.
all over the area.
So this hour or more of driving, they get back with the body. And does it make sense to you if they had a body in the back of the truck for them to say, let's go to Sonic. Let's go to Matco. Let's go to BP. That makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
Shane and Zach being in Parsons that morning makes no sense to the Autry story, does it?
The paper trail from less than 100 yards from Shane's driveway down Yellow Springs Road to near the intersection of Bible Hill of her personal effects does make sense. The dollar bill and the receipt for her books and Shane and Jason's grandmother's deceased grandmother's driveway yard makes sense. Question I posed to you earlier: where'd they go with their body in that short amount of time?
They didn't have any time, sir. If you ran the route and kept time from 10:32, they could not have run this route and got to the ATM at 11:12. Correct?
Not correct. Takes less than I would say less than a minute to pull that truck in behind grandmother's house. When you brought up Victor Dinsmore earlier.
No, that's
even Victor Dinsmore's garage.
Okay.
Where the paper trail leads past. That was an area I explored as well. So
you brought up
timing, yes.
Now,
and what your client said.
No.
Drove 100 miles an hour to town.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Jason Autry said he was driving speed limit.
Let's let him finish what he's saying, Mr. Bates.
Drove 100 mile an hour into Parsons. You can cut that into a 9-minute drive or less. Yeah. You can get there.
Where do you, so on purple here are the locations and towers of Miss Bobo's phone that morning, 811, tower 12531. You acknowledge there was no movement for 30 minutes where her remains were. Correct?
You would need to ask the cell phone people that collected that information.
Is it your opinion that the body stayed with the cell phone throughout this travel to 9:25 a.m.?
No.
Okay. So the body somehow is separated from the rest of the physical evidence, correct?
Yeah.
But the physical evidence ended at Gooch Creek, correct?
Ended there, or did it start there?
Your opinion is it started at 9:25. The last ping is at 9:25, where a bunch of other evidence is, correct? The Gooch Creek location.
I remember a ping in that area. You got to remember, you're dealing with 2G cell tower.
Okay.
It wasn't 3G. It was not, you couldn't triangulate exactly where that was.
I couldn't. That's why John Walker was involved in this, correct?
No.
Why'd you smirk?
That's why we brought in AT&T experts and Verizon engineers.
Okay.
I depended on those folks.
So did those boys tell you that Jason Autry was in Benton County that morning?
No.
Did they tell you that Shane and Zach's cell phone were in Parsons that morning?
I don't remember what their reports were, but those were folks that we relied on.
Okay.
For timelines and locations.
Do you admit the last known place the SIMS card for Ms. Bobo's phone was found where other evidence of her physical possession was also found?
The SIM card was found on Old Camden Road.
Is that close to Gooch Creek?
No, that's just east of Parsons.
What was
near a sawmill where the Parsons radio station, the road that's on?
I apologize.
No.
What was found at Gooch Creek?
Books of her pharmacology cards, lunchbox, other items. I wasn't there when that was collected. That was on Thursday afternoon, Thursday night.
It's your testimony that no cell phone, there was no other cell phone activity after this last locate around Gooch Creek Road. That's your.
I never heard it was Gooch Creek Road.
Okay.
I knew it came back, her cell phone came back south, close to her house, but to say it was Gooch Creek Road, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Just to label a specific location of it, I was never told that.
Are you aware it's close to Terry Britt's home?
Gooch Creek.
The last location of this evidence. The 925
on Gooch Road is close to Terry Britt's house. Yes,
okay.
That is close. Closer.
You do not agree with Marshall Walker's premise that her phone was taken and traveled in a clockwise direction. Her remains and phone were separated where her remains were eventually found. The rest of the physical possession traveled and the remainder was thrown out of personal effects around this Gooch Creek area. Do you agree with that general premise?
No. Marshall Walker is a law enforcement officer. He's not a cell phone expert.
What you know what he does for a living and or did regarding tracking fugitives?
He guarded vaccines in Memphis. That's what he did.
You think he ever tracked fugitives using 2G?
May
network?
have, but
No. Do you know if he did?
know what he said. I don't know.
Don't believe him.
I believe he probably did. If he was on the Marshal Service, that's what they do. But
Okay.
his task was guarding vaccines in Memphis.
Okay. So you're aware Autry said what happened is after the Yellow Springs drop off, the truck got put in Victor Dinsmore's garage, right?
You saying that's what Autry said?
Yes, sir.
No. I don't recall Autry saying that.
Okay.
That was a theory that I had.
And you're saying that
I
when
explored that.
you're saying that this was not Autry. You're saying it was a theory you explored with the same truthfulness you answered regarding seeing the ATM video prior to trial. Right?
A theory that I explored, yes.
Okay. You remember going to Indianapolis
I did.
and seeing Victor Dinsmore,
I did.
and you remember recording this conversation.
I did.
And you acted appropriately at all times in this conversation that you recorded with Mr. Dinsmore, correct?
Yes.
And this was on May 18th, 2017, correct?
I don't remember the date. Today's date, May 18th, 2017.
Is this your voice?
It is.
Objections to entry of this,
No, sir.
this is all audio, just an audio recording.
Just audio, so.
We'll mark this exhibit 58.
Illinois. Hey, man. I'm good. You ain't? What in the world happened to you?
Who was the voice we just heard?
I don't remember. Somebody, I guess, associated with Victor. I don't know. May have
Okay.
been Victor. I don't know. Good. Go and show them. They're separated. Mike, what's this? Come up here to take advantage of the sale? No. It's twofold. One, I brought some subpoenas, and my daughter's in class up here. For what? Nursing. Oh, really? Yeah. What school? She's down the road here at a nursing school, getting some extra training. So it's kind of a twofold trip. This city's good for medicine. Oh man, is it ever? But it's turned into a madhouse, Brent. Good job. All on the east side where we're at. You wouldn't think that looking around here. Even towards the other city where we're at, man. Really? It's bad. Our house paid off 3 payments, so we're able to move now. So. Where are you going? East Tennessee, Kentucky. Not sure. So I have to stay here. Our daughter's she got the 21st century scholarship. So yep. For her to go to school, she has to stay in Indiana. Okay. So I'm probably gonna be here for a minute. All right.
Or do you want to say it for me? The 10th of July, let me tell you, I've got,
Have you developed a memory now of this?
I remember.
All right, and who was on the video? Who's on the audio?
That sounds like Victor and his, maybe his wife Sandy sitting there.
Okay.
that's phone number, and we call. Yeah. When, I'll call you before, and let you know exactly when to come. Okay. Y'all got a minute? There's been some developments. Let me talk to you. Come on over here. Sit down.
I saw that damn studio.
Yeah.
Around there, Dick Meter, should I say?
Yep. Come on over and sit down. I'll tell you. Well, you get in the front, other than the back. Okay.
So basically, you pause this. Ready for openings? Mr. Bates, you have the floor.
I'm going to try to pare this down as much as possible. The court heard a lot of the evidence, the anticipated evidence yesterday. The way the evidence fits together has taken me 18 months to understand. This will be helpful to show this is a legal nightmare. Innocent men, and Mr. Adams was found guilty in this court. This is the nightmare our system tries to prevent. Lawyers failed Mr. Adams. His defense, the prosecution, and at times the court, all of which the Constitution protects and preserves this final fail-safe to correct. We often think in criminal worlds that the Constitution allows guilty people to get out. We often don't think in terms of the Constitution protects the innocent from being wrongfully convicted. The court has said before, and it is very true, a lot of these facts are interwoven in multiple issues. I will say some things are standalone issues, which are constitutional rights that were violated that are now known, that were not waived. Additionally, there were constitutional rights regarding ineffective assistance of counsel. My suggestion is how I've interpreted this is wait until you find all of your facts before sorting out how the law applies to them. I want to show very briefly how all of this is going to fit together. And you're going to hear me say the video multiple times. And I'm going to get right to it to show you why it's so important. This is just a rough sketch that largely tracks exhibits that Mr. Reeves provided. I believe it's exhibit 140, where he maps out various cell phone maps, cell phone towers. 39077 is the northeast tower on the Birdsong Tower, northeast 7. That is incredibly important. There's Zach Adams' home tower, 31522, 31523 is Austin, Shane Austin's. 12572 is Carson South Tower. I have on this, just for your understanding, in purple is the route that Marshal John Walker predicted, but due to ineffective assistance of counsel, he was not qualified as an expert at properly tracking. Mr. Adams' attorney, the night before Agent Walker's testimony, was drinking wine and flippantly preparing for Marshal Walker's important testimony that he laid out. This is in purple. Here's the important part. Marshal Walker says the victim did not move. Her cell phone was not moving between 8:26 and 8:56. He predicted that's where her remains are going to be found, because that's where she was killed. He was right. Next to her, the victim's remains, is a .380. Remember that. I'll come back to it. A .380 shell casing. The cell phone then continued along a route that ended at 925, where the SIM card was thrown out along with everything else of the victim at 925 at Gooch Creek. There are two directions of travel leading to Terry Britt's home. Now, most of this information defense counsel knew. What defense counsel did not know is that there was a video of the Silverado in question at 11:12 a.m. And Zach Adams is prepared to say he was there. Multiple efforts, and I went into it yesterday. I'll just say this. The defense attorneys subpoenaed the bank for this video. The bank said, we've looked through our videos, we don't have it. There's multiple internal documents the state has now where the defense is told, you got to get these videos. This is really important. The problem is Miss Thompson was told it was a BP video. And Agent Walker said it wasn't covered by the transaction of Shane Austin, was not covered by our videos. It's fair to assume nobody realized what they had. And you're going to say, well, why is it important? Because Zach Adams' cell phone was on the Northeast Tower at 39077 from 9:50 at 10:32 a.m. You're going to hear proof there was nothing uncommon about Zach and Jason Autry doing drugs under the bridge. We have, after realizing the BP video was the ATM video in March, we have spent enormous resources figuring out where along Autry's route the most favorable location on Tower 39077 Autry and Adams could have been. What's the closest to where they have to go could they have been? We have a gentleman, Paul Dillon, who ran this route according to Autry's testimony. as fast as he possibly can to go without real consideration for what had to take place that day, which is drop Autry off in the PT Cruiser, then pick up Austin, pick up his brother Dylan, change trucks, and get to the ATM at 11:12 a.m. It is impossible. Now let that sink in, Your Honor. This timeline is impossible. The route is not mere logistics. The route, and you say, well, wait a minute. I know from Exhibit 240, I know that Zach was at the Northwest Tower at 10:35 at Tower 39079 and 10:36 a.m. and 10:37 a.m. And then at 10:38 and 10:43, he's at Tower 31522. Exactly right. In 11 minutes, he went from I-40, Birdsong Northeast, to his home. And on the interstate, it's 10 minutes away. So if you're traveling on the interstate, Your Honor, you do not have a body in the back of your truck. And if you do not have a body in the back of your truck, no crime has been committed. You're going to ask, okay, what else do you have? Is there anything else corroborated by this? Same cell phone records. Shane Austin, Tower 12572. South Tower in Parsons. He's there pinging from 11:15 to 11:52. Zach Adams, 11:16 to 12:10. This alone shows probable impossibility. But the cell coverage, and you're going to learn, it's not necessarily like a border where you feel that you're in a different cell phone the second you're in a different cell phone tower. It's not as precise. What is precise is what was mislabeled a BP video, which is the ATM video, which has them here. You have bank records where Shane was at the bank that was provided in discovery, that Agent Walker, again, of the 600 witnesses the state identified, Joe Walker was not one of them, the lead case agent. I assume because he has the records and either he didn't know what he was looking at or he was told to lie when he said that transaction is not covered by the ATM. There are multiple ways to show Jason Autry's testimony was a lie. Here's one, and this is just delicious. Part of this, anyone who grew up in the country knows a .32 revolver does not make the sound boom, boom, boom that Jason Autry said it made. Anyone ever been around a firearm knows that was a lie. So we employed somebody, hey, take a .32 revolver out, go under the bridge and shoot and see if it makes that sound. And it sounds like a cap gun being played in the backyard. Provided it to the state. On May 6th, the state sent their agents out to perform the same testing. And kudos to them. They brought something to read the sound. The cars were louder. That was provided yesterday at lunch after the motion in limine on Mr. Autry's video. So that's the first point, how Jason Autry's testimony was a lie, that the state had the ability for 7 years to independently investigate, to say, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. They waited until May 6th to do it. And kudos to General Boyano for disclosing that. But the fact that they tested that, and they've never tested this route, shows me either they haven't tested it because they're putting all of their chickens in the basket of, well, maybe Zach's not at the ATM. Or two, they've run it as fast and as many times as they can, and it's impossible to beat what Paul Dillon beat. And you're going to watch Paul Dillon's route. You have in this wrapped in all one, prosecutorial misconduct for realizing, hey, even if they have Zach at 1116 in Parsons, you can't get from here to there, back, and then drive around Parsons. You have mislabeling the ATM. And here is, and Judge McGinley has been a family friend of my father's for decades. But when Jennifer Thompson requested a motion to continue, she said, she listed this, I believe, V8, which had been considered a BP video, among her motions to continue. Judge McGinley asked her, when do you want a trial date? She said, 1 year from the date Autry's testimony. Judge McGinley said, I believe the date you would select would be when pigs fly. You don't want a trial date. Now compare that to Judge McGinley saying at Mr. Autry's plea deal, your testimony was some of the most persuasive, credible testimony this court's ever heard. Judge McGinley believed Jason Autry, a man the state said is too dangerous to transport, over a fellow lawyer whose job was to defend Zach. You're going to hear how the state dealt with the other evidence. You're going to hear things about the TBI that's going to, you'll never forget it. You're going to hear the TBI in a letter saying that to the TBI, accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. I didn't believe it when I read it. It'll make sense, though, when you hear the other evidence in this case. Autry's fabrication has this white truck being used and put in Victor Dinsmore's garage. And you're going to hear of Agent Brent Booth, who went to Indiana and said, I want to go over with you what Jason's going to testify and see if that helps your memory. That's 6 years after. 2011, Dinsmore's in Indiana in 2017. Booth says, Jason says this white truck was in your garage. Dinsmore and his wife on recording say, didn't happen. This is another point along the way where the state had the ability to say, okay, time out. Autry, you're lying. Accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. So they continue on with Dinsmore. Finally, Agent Booth, and you'll hear it from him. He says, it helped me. It helped this case if we can nail all these little details down. Dinsmore asks, well, what's the chance of Zach getting out? Booth says, you never know what a jury will do. Dinsmore, on a recording that Adam's attorney never played to the jury, where she even had it transcribed, Dinsmore says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. You will hear fabrication of evidence of the worst kind. So bad, Agent Booth went back to him the next day and said, hey, I just want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Final point, now sit down. The gun. In discovery, Dick Adams had a .357 confiscated from him that Jason Autry knew because he had had the discovery. Also, Shane Austin had a .357. One of those or both of those reasons is why Jason Autry told Agent Ferguson in IR 3152 that the gun employed that day was a .357. When Booth goes to Dinsmore, he says, I just want to make sure, let's talk about the gun. Dinsmore says it was a .38 revolver with an interchangeable .357 barrel. And he's 100% true. What he tells Booth, 100%. And he says, I know my guns. 6 days later, one other thing. Dinsmore said, because he's a felon, years ago, my wife threw away a .32 revolver. Six days after this, they find the .32 revolver. And somehow the coordination takes place before trial where everybody says it's a .32 revolver. Their lie had been caught. The only thing they pulled out of the ditch was Dinsmore's .32 revolver. The victim, the defect in her skull was .36 in diameter. Then Prosecutor Nichols said to the jury in closing arguments that .38 is excluded. Next to the victim's remains is a .380 pistol casing. Would you like to know what the diameter of a .380 is? 0.355. The gig is up on this conviction. I take zero pleasure in presenting this evidence. My obligation is not necessarily to Mr. Adams, it's to the court who appointed me in the Constitution that requires it. These things are devastating to learn can happen in the system my family has spent practicing in since 1871. And I am sorry to have to learn this and present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Ms. Wyrick?
Thank you, Your Honor. This smoking gun that Mr. Bates purports to bring to the court this week, the smoking gun of this route puzzle, the smoking gun of the time zones and the time frames and the where were they and what was going on, the smoking gun of Zach Adams and Shane Austin being in Parsons around 11:12, 11:15 until noon. Guess what? It was shot at a jury, and they didn't flinch. Everything that Mr. Bates has shared with the court this morning was shot at the jury. They didn't flinch. I think everyone in this courtroom, every state agency that has been involved in this case since 2011, that horrible, horrible morning, April 13th, that the Bobo family and this community and West Tennessee will never forget. Everybody that was out there will tell you mistakes were made. This was bigger than anything we had ever seen before. And the irony of it is how truly simple it really is. When you break away from all of the noise and all of the attempts of subterfuge and smoke and mirrors, because that's what this is based upon. Zach Adams stands before this court today presumed guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree, guilty of kidnapping, and guilty of rape. And what this court is called upon to answer are two things. Were his lawyers deficient? His three lawyers, who among them had 100 years of experience, some of the best and brightest lawyers in the state of Tennessee, were they deficient? And if they were, and the state submits that there is no way that prong will be satisfied. If they were, for the sake of this interesting conversation that Mr. Bates wants to have, instead of a legal factual argument based on the laws and the rules, if they were deficient, what difference does it make? Would any of this new, what the defense wants to call new evidence, make a difference? State submits to Your Honor that you are not going to hear anything in the next days, weeks, months, however long it takes. You will not hear anything that jury didn't hear. That those men and women of this community took into account in doing their job. How easy it is for jurors when we bring them in on the first day of jury term and they start figuring out how easy it is to get out of jury duty. Oh, wait, I just have to say that and then I get excused. These men and women stood up as members of this community, raised their right hand, and promised to listen to everything. Not just a little bit, not just what Mr. Bates wants the court to hear and think about, but everything. So the state would challenge Your Honor to ask, would it have made a difference? Is it new evidence or is it something the jury heard? And if it isn't something the jury heard, the state submits that the court will not be able to find any credibility with it, that it will be unreliable and unbelievable testimony. His lawyers were some of the most prepared, if not the most prepared lawyers that anyone has battled. And I submit anyone will battle in modern time. Jennifer Thompson alone, in just a 2-year period from September of 2015 to September of 2017, worked 2,600 hours alone on this case. She billed the state over $200,000 for her time and effort. And the biggest chunk of her effort was reviewing discovery, reviewing the evidence. They had a team of 16 people who rolled into Savannah for this trial. 16 people. Every request they made to Judge McGinley for extra resources was granted. They had a private investigative firm that billed the state $115,000 for their time. Jim Simmons worked 1,700 hours. Jim Simmons, who, if you ask anybody, will tell you is the greatest capital defense attorney in the state of Tennessee, sitting over here, representing the petitioner. Was counsel deficient? Absolutely not. They were the most dogged, relentless, zealous trio of lawyers that anyone has seen representing a defendant. But what they can't do is magic. What they can't do is keep the state from putting on the incriminating evidence that continued to pile and continued to pile and continued to pile against their client. The court also has to look to whether they had a plan. So what if you put in 2,700 hours if you're just flying without a goal? So what if you're just putting in the time and there's no quality to it, no intentionality behind it? They had the greatest defense possible, and it was delivered to them on a silver platter by the case agent in the beginning phases of this case, Terry Dicus, by the FBI agent who worked the case in the beginning phases of this case, Art Viveros, and from what Mr. Bates refers to as Marshall Walker, who worked for the Marshal Service and also was the one that went into the jail to interview Terry Britt and get a confession out of him, this seasoned law enforcement officer, and forgot to Mirandize him. That's kind of criminal investigation 101. The state would submit that when the court hears the timeline, the true timeline of the breakthrough in this case, which was 2013, 2014, Terry Dicus was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Art Viveros was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Marshall Walker was off the case. Those three were not on it anymore. Nothing had been done, and everything started to come together. As soon as they were out of the way, and the misguided, erroneous, destructive focus on Terry Britt took a back seat. The TBI did things in this case that they have never done before, things we only see on TV and in movies, to try to catch Terry Britt, because that's who Terry Dicus was focused on, at the expense of every other lead that was coming in. This defendant's name, Shane Austin's name, Dylan Adams' name, and Jason Autry's name were coming into the TBI in the days and the weeks that followed. But Terry Dicus wasn't having it. Terry Dicus wasn't having it. Because guess what? We got a sex offender that lives in the county.
He's got to be our guy. They spent countless hours investigating him for nothing. They all got outsmarted by Holly Bobo. Most of all, this defendant. He got outsmarted by her, and he got outsmarted by his co-defendants, because they weren't all supposed to fold. They weren't all supposed to start talking. Nobody does that to Zach Adams. I run this county. I know these roads. I grew up here. Everybody's afraid of me. Nobody's going to talk because we all raped her and we're all in on it. He got outsmarted by his drugged up foursome of co-defendants and by a tiny little blonde girl named Holly Bobo. She left scratches on him. Her test papers, she was studying for a test that morning. Her test papers were found by Shane Austin's house. Her phone, her backpack, her property, her things were scattered by these meth heads in the minutes following what they had done. We may never know exactly what happened minute by minute that day. But what we do know is what came from his mouth in the weeks and the months and the years that followed. Were his lawyers deficient? Heavens no. They brought zealous representation to a new level. And even if they were, was it detrimental? Was there prejudice because of it? Absolutely not. Because what no one wants to talk about is all of the other evidence that came into this courtroom, the smoking guns that the defense shot at the jury, and they never flinched. And at the end of it all, what cannot be lost in this is they kept him from death row.
Thank you, Ms. Warren.
6 days later, you participated in the pulling out of what was euphemistically referred to as the gun, right? The gun.
Yeah, we found the gun.
6 days before pulling a gun out, you had been told by Victor Dinsmore that it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel.
That's what he said.
Several months earlier, Jason Autry told you it was or told the conglomerate of people there, it was a .357 that Shane Austin had on him that day. Correct?
Correct.
You were expecting to receive a .38 revolver out of the water with a .357 interchangeable barrel. Correct?
I didn't know what we would find, but I don't know I had any expectation. We were looking for a gun.
And you found one.
Yes.
Which was a .32 revolver.
I believe that's correct.
That Victor Dinsmore had said, we did throw away a little junky, quote, piece of shit .32 revolver in the past.
I believe he said that was in the pond.
But the issue is he admitted he threw a .32 revolver away in the past, right?
In the pond, yeah. He described that in his cousin's pond or something.
Have you done anything to go look through the pond for the .32 revolver?
I hadn't. I don't know if anyone else did.
Was this a moment where you say, oh, wait just a minute. This is not adding up. If Autry's telling the truth, if Dinsmore is telling the truth, the physical evidence of this case we're so desperate to find, it's going to be a 357.
I didn't know what I expected to find at that time.
But when you found it and it did not match the important witnesses' statements, did you not realize we need another PowerPoint meeting with the DAs and the TBI officers? This is not being corroborated.
No.
Did you say, now wait a minute. I remember seeing the Silverado on the ATM machine. Let me see those cell records to see if they were in Parsons. Because if the truck wasn't in the garage and this gun was never the 32, folks, we got a problem. You never did you?
No.
You see it now, don't you?
No.
Under oath, you're saying you don't see. This case is based upon what people told law enforcement.
Yes.
It started with Sheila Kilser calling you and telling you something that's been not true. Correct?
She told me what I believe. I believe she told me what she believed, what she heard.
I'm aware of the phrase, my truth. You believe the truth is objective. Like I can tell you today's Friday, that doesn't make it Friday, does it?
No.
You believe in objective accuracy. And the most fundamental point of the murder is what gun did it. And your two witnesses had lied to you. Right? You're saying, you're shaking your head. No.
Which two are you talking about?
Dinsmore and Autry. Dinsmore said, I'm 100% certain you ended the conversation and everything you said is the truth. He lied to you about the gun. He said, I remember, and he said, I know my handguns. It was a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel, which he said that, didn't he?
I heard him say that.
It's not just missing a number. You can't interchange a 357 barrel on a 32 revolver.
We hear people all the time talking about revolvers, and they all describe them as 357s. And when you actually look at it, when you actually get it in your possession, oh, this is not a 357, this is a 38. I have heard that, seen that so many times over my career. That's the way I took it.
But he said, I know my handguns. How many times do you have witnesses say, I know my handguns?
Occasionally.
And you said that, so you do investigation on picking up weapons and things of that nature.
Yes.
You have to have a familiarity with handguns.
Yes.
You have to have a familiarity with the ammunition that goes along with the handguns.
Yes.
At any meeting prior to trial, did you tell either Jennifer Nichols or Paul Hagerman and the other two prosecutors, folks, there's a 380 round next to her remains. Its diameter is less than the defect size. I think we might have been lied to about this 32 revolver's importance.
I didn't know until later on that there was a 380 casing, much later. There's a 380 casing even found. I wasn't a part of that search area.
Until after the trial?
I would say, I don't know. We picked up 12 gauge ammunition that they were out. I didn't. It's my understanding what was recovered. There were rifle casings,
It-
pistol, there was everything out.
Okay, and maybe y'all didn't disclose it. What's been disclosed has been a 410 shotgun,
Okay,
which I believe you agree is a squirrel. People shoot squirrels with it.
usually.
And you hunt squirrels in the woods, right?
Yeah,
A 308 deer rifle cartridge was
Okay.
found, and you hunt deer in the woods, right?
yes, sir.
And a 380 is from a pistol,
Usually, yes.
and you don't hunt with pistols, do you?
Most folks don't.
And the other two, the 410 and the 306, were far removed from the remains. The 380 was right there by the remains, wasn't it?
I didn't collect it. I don't know.
I
I
didn't
was
either,
told
but I've
that.
seen the exhibit, sir.
Okay,
Have you?
I have.
There was a diagram prepared. Did you ever see that?
Of diagram of,
The remains and the location of the 380.
no.
Because at trial, you talked about how hard you worked and how difficult this case was, but you never examined the scene of the remains?
I was there. That was not the pit, the ditch where her remains were found. I was not in that area. That was forensic technicians, I think folks from the body farm. I was back up on the hill walking shoulder to shoulder with other agents, looking for other pieces.
But there was a diagram prepared.
Okay.
Did you ever see the diagram?
I don't recall ever seeing it.
Front and back, or two documents. You prepared another summary after the May 19th visit with Mr. Dinsmore, correct?
Yeah, I did. May 19th, 2017, this agent met with Victor Dinsmore and Sandy Dinsmore at their home in Indianapolis, Indiana. Purpose of this meeting was to ask some clarifying questions from the interview the day before in the parking lot at Gander Mountain.
The interview was recorded. See the attached audio file.
Correct.
This was provided June 12th, 2017, the report date, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
I believe the trial was set in July, correct? The initial,
You're probably right.
and there was a continuance, I think, based on finding this gun.
I don't remember. Probably right.
You did not say, the witness said he's 100% certain and told me everything he said is the truth, that the gun he threw out that Shane Austin sold to him was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel.
No. It's in the recording.
And this report was provided after you had pulled the gun out.
I think you're right.
You then created a report from February.
It probably sat on my desktop, Mr. Bates. I'm sure I didn't create that then. I'm sure I created it when I got back.
But in February of 2017 is when you created an IR that said it was that Mr. Dinsmore told you it was a revolver possibly. You created that report some 4 months after, and after the gun had been found. Do you remember that?
I don't remember when it was created. I remember writing the report, like I said. The very busy man. Sometimes they didn't get turned in until later. That's my fault.
The issue's not the timing, sir. You did not disclose the truth. This whole case is about the truth, is it not?
Whole case is the truth, and I told the truth.
You withheld in your summary important information that rebuts two witnesses on an important piece of evidence.
No, sir.
No?
No.
You're
It's
under
in the
oath, sir.
recording.
You're saying no, you did not?
I didn't withhold anything. It's in the recording. I recorded it. That's why the purpose of the recording. You don't miss anything.
You recorded it fully expecting to receive a gun from a ditch that matched what Mr. Dinsmore told you.
You never know what you're going to get when you have to look. You have to find it first.
Right.
Expectations, I don't go with expectations. I go with what I go find.
Like bank records, cell records, ATM videos.
Go find it.
Things that cannot be manipulated. Things that cannot change over the course of time by vulnerable people who, in your words, are interested in self-preservation. Correct?
That's a motive.
The witnesses that y'all lined up against Zach, many were in jail, correct?
Some were.
Criminal charges pending against them, correct?
If they were in jail.
Other people, known drug activity, known criminal behavior, correct?
If they were in jail, yes.
But there were other people who were out of jail that you knew were engaged in criminal activity that testified.
We never dealt with Sunday school teachers in this case. They were all in that drug element.
And you found no corroborating evidence of what they say Zach Adams said.
That piece of fingernail polish in the couch where Dylan said they raped her.
You're Dylan?
I know the truth about what happened to Holly Bobo lies with those four. The events of that day is the different perspective of the witnesses of people you talk to.
The people you talked to lied to you throughout your investigation, correct?
Some may have.
You have, if they provided 5 statements, if you believe the 5th one, and the first 4 are inconsistent, that means they lied to you, correct?
I don't judge one individual by the whole, no.
Because what you did is when they gave you statements that were consistent with what you believed, you used the word, quote, fantastic, and you didn't follow back up. You didn't continue to lie to them and pierce through and see if you could find another story. You just stuck with the last thing they said.
I wasn't the only one following up on the information that was coming in.
But it was all based on statements. None of it was physically corroborated, including the very gun y'all pulled from the ditch, correct?
Physically corroborated, my understanding that round was consistent with a hole in her skull. Am I wrong about that?
The same way a 380 is consistent, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, how is it that you know a .32 revolver that has a diameter of .31 is consistent, but you don't know that a 380 who has a diameter of under .36?
I don't. I'm not a firearms expert. I don't.
Do you regret the May 2017 Dinsmore interviews?
No. Why do you think I followed up with, I obviously reviewed or listened to that recording. I went back and followed up with that to assure myself that I didn't put words in his mouth, that I did not cause him to lie. I didn't want to lie. I made that very clear. That's obviously why I went back. I'm not interested in anything but the truth, Mr. Bates. That's it. I don't want anything coming from this stand that is not the truth. That's exactly why I went back. I thank you for playing that, because I knew I wouldn't have left it like that.
So you were concerned about the first day's interview.
Obviously, yes.
So you did make a mistake.
No, I didn't make a mistake. I followed up with it.
And
I asked him, was that the truth? What he was telling me, I was looking for what they did with her body before going to town, based on what Mr. Autry had said.
Mr. Autry never had said going to town. Sir,
They did. They did. Mr. Autry didn't say they went to town. Let me finish, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Autry had, we had learned that information, I guess, from prior interviews, that they were in Parsons. Okay. Where did they go with her body that quick? Follow the paper trail from just outside of Shane Austin's driveway, going west-northwest down parallel to the interstate. And then her body is ultimately found behind that cell tower. I was behind that cell tower that Friday after we picked those papers up. I parked up there. I was driving a old Chevy Impala. Couldn't drive down in there. It wasn't as overgrown as you might have seen it lately. However, I didn't see the first shoe print or the first tire track when I went down in there. I looked because it just looked like a place you would dump a body.
You acknowledge
You
that?
can finish, Your Honor.
I thought it was. Are you not?
I walked that area and I was probably within 100 yards of where her body was later found in September of 2014. And I think Terry Dykus met me there. I'm sure he did, because he helped me collect the evidence. We walked that. I walked it. I remember, and I think Terry went with me. I was that close. But again, no tracks, no prints. Led me to believe her body wasn't dumped that day. Once we found her body, and I'm putting the pieces together here. Where did they go? If Autry statement, they let him out at Yellow Springs Church, and then they're in Parsons later by lunch. Where'd they go with the body? Shane and Autry's grandmother had died. I didn't know at the time. I didn't know who Shane Austin was that Friday. Didn't know who Zach Adams was. I had no idea who any of these guys were that Friday. Shane Austin's grandmother had died about, I later learned, 2 weeks prior to Holly's kidnapping. That house was sitting vacant. I found a dollar bill and her receipt for books in the front yard of that house. not knowing, I didn't know what I didn't know, I guess is the best way to say it. Later in this investigation, I learned about Victor Dinsmore and where he lived and his close association with these guys. At the time when I was questioning Victor, it made perfect sense to me that I had heard or had a report or something somewhere had learned that Zach had left his truck in Victor's garage. That's what I was proving. Where did they go with that body that quick? Because I knew on the Friday that I found those papers, hadn't been anybody behind that cell tower.
Your belief is Jason Autry lied then.
Did Jason Autry say that they dumped the body that day?
Your belief is.
I don't know.
Your belief is that they had the body at Shane's trailer for several days. Alive.
I don't know that. I don't know that that ever crossed my mind.
But you believed it for a while.
I don't know. I don't know that that ever crossed my mind there.
What Dylan
Shane's
said.
trailer doesn't.
Now, you believe where the body, the remains were, was, what do you say, 2 miles from Shane Austin's house?
Maybe, I don't know the exact distance.
And your belief is, first of all, your knowledge is that remain site is in the same cell tower area where there was no activity for 30 minutes on Holly Bobo's phone.
You would have to ask a cell tower person again. I didn't go down that road.
Okay. Your belief is that between Zach and Shane and maybe Dylan or Autry, they knew how to get to that remain site pretty quickly, and they knew it'd be a good place to dump the body.
We learned that that's where Zach hunted on the Tubbs property.
So yes,
he was very familiar with it. Very familiar with every piece of property out there, I'm sure.
Then explain to me what makes sense of them at Yellow Springs Road that morning, thinking the only way they could dispose of a body is driving 30 minutes away to a federal refuge and staying there and then driving 30 minutes back. And Zach having to drop Autry off so he could make his lunch plans instead of prioritizing getting rid of the body. That doesn't make sense, does it?
You would have to ask your client what makes sense. I don't know.
I'm going to.
I followed the evidence.
I'm going to. My question to you is, does it make sense to you to drive almost an hour and be gone an hour and a half when you had a place 2 miles away?
I think it was, what did Autry tell us about taking her and gutting her and sinking her in the river?
So yes,
that's the plan they followed.
And that's all based on Autry.
I don't know what makes sense. What makes sense when they're dumping a body?
Isn't that your job as an investigator to determine some logical conclusion as what took place and how? You tried to kill people over it.
Just follow the evidence and the information that we're getting. That's our job.
How much misinformation did you receive in the course of your investigation?
I don't know.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bits of misinformation.
There were a lot of dead end leads in this one, more than I could fathom.
And Dylan Adams gave you misinformation.
Did he, or just out of Dylan can't chronologically put things in order they happened?
He said Jason Autry was the first person to have sex with Holly Bobo.
That's what he said.
You understand the jury was told he did not.
Like again, I did not. I have reviewed Jason Autry's testimony. I don't know what happened in this courtroom.
What award did you receive at the end of this trial from the TBI?
Agent of the year.
No further questions.
Mr. Bates, before you stop, this last document you handed up is IR 3145. Did you want that entered?
Yes, Your Honor.
You still got that, Mr. Booth? Mr. Booth, you still have that document? You still have it?
I've got two.
Just pass both of those back. 3145 without objection will be marked Exhibit 64.
Yep, that's got a stamp on it.
The way the evidence
Affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Welcome, sir. Have a seat. All right, Mr. Bates, I should have done this while Marshall Walker was entering. You have alleged somewhere around 50 various allegations in the petition. If you can give the court a general idea of where you're going to be focused on attacking this conviction, whether or not it's in the ineffective assistance of counsel realm, inappropriate conduct on the part of the state. Just give me a general idea as the witnesses come.
Yes, Your Honor. This witness was in the original pro se filing of ineffective assistance of counsel. As to both prongs.
And because we have three attorneys, is it three defense attorneys that are alleged ineffective assistance of counsel? Is it just one or is it all three?
This relates to both Jim Simmons and Jennifer Thompson.
All right, I'm going to have you pause 1 second. What's this siren going on, Chief?
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right. All right, when you're ready, Mr. Bates.
State your name, please. And what is are you employed now?
I'm retired from the United States Marshal.
Okay. How long were you a United States Marshal?
26 years.
Is the proper way to address you Marshal Walker?
Just John.
Okay, well, in court, Mr. Walker.
That'd be great.
All right. So what is your education?
I have an undergraduate degree in criminology, and I have a graduate degree in education and one in industrial technology.
Okay. What did you do for work before you became a U.S. Marshal?
I was a state investigator with the state of Texas for a couple of years. Prior to that, I was a law enforcement officer, about 35 years in law enforcement.
Okay. What was your work experience as a U.S. Marshal? What did you do?
I did a variety of things. My first few years, I worked a felony one murder trial in Washington, D.C. After that, I was the warrant coordinator in Eastern District of Texas from about 89 to 96. Means I managed the warrant files for the U.S. Eastern District. This covers 43 counties. Apprehending fugitives is what I did. Ran a task force. And then after that, I worked in the Strategic National Stockpile Program, and I was liaison to the CDC, my last 15 years liaison to the CDC, Center for Disease Control, and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Joint what task force?
Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay.
The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, my last 15 years.
And did you spend time in your work tracking?
Yes. Yes, I did that in Eastern Texas quite a bit.
Okay. How many years work?
6.
And
we had a variety of ways to catch fugitives, and one was tracking cell phones.
Okay. Was finding fugitives a part of your work?
It was my main job.
For how many years?
6.
All right. How do you find a fugitive? What are the things that you did at your time finding fugitives?
Oh, there's 100 ways to find fugitives, through interviews, through electronic surveillance, through just good old police work, finding fugitives. We try to find out where they're at. There's a number of tricks in the trade that we have in the Marshal Service. Some are unique to just our agency, and some are just common knowledge.
Okay. At some point, were you called to come to Decatur County, Tennessee in 2011?
I was sent over by the FBI's Terrorism Task Force.
And
to work the Holly Bobo abduction and missing.
Okay. How soon after the abduction date of April 13th?
I was there the following week.
Okay.
I think the following Monday, I believe it was.
At that time, how long had you worked in tracking fugitives?
At that time, 6. I spent 6 prior years and helping other people at time to time, with at least 6 years.
What was your knowledge of using 2G cell service networks at that time to help track fugitives?
Well, excellent. That's Eastern District of Texas. Is rural counties. There's 43. It's very similar to Decatur County. Rolling hills, trees, lakes. That's the way we tracked fugitives in Eastern District of Texas with 2G, because we didn't have 3G. Towers were anywhere from 5 to 10 miles apart, and you use 2G technology. 3G overlaps. You have triangulation. You can get exact location. That's like in urban areas, but in rural areas, you don't have that. You have to rely on 2G towers, and that's what I'd done a number of high-profile cases. We call them major cases, and apprehending fugitives doing that.
And what was to the extent you can say, what was your training and education on these issues?
A lot of it was on-job training. I did attend a few classes, like in Dallas, a few classes on this, but a lot of it was on-job training. Since I was the warrant coordinator for the district, the Marshal Service developed an electronic surveillance program in the 1990s from an AT&T tech that they hired. That taught us a great deal about tracking through all kinds of electronic surveillance, IP addresses, computers, phones. In my district, I didn't have an electronic surveillance person. I had one in Dallas and one in Houston. And I borrowed their expertise and borrowed them from time to time when I had a major case. And I worked directly with them, but I also learned on my own on how to track 2G towers. It's not that complicated. I can explain in detail how it's done.
Do it.
Now?
Right now.
Your Honor, is he offering him as an expert?
I am, because one of the issues of error is that Miss Thompson.
You don't have to explain why. Let's just get through. Are you tendering him as an expert witness, and in what field?
Tracking fugitives using 2G network.
All right. Has there been
I don't even know.
disclosure about this?
No, he was not allowed to testify as an expert at trial. He was offered by Ms. Thompson as an expert. He was voir dired by the state, and he never was qualified in Judge McGinley's eyes as an expert, because he's never been offered as an expert, tendered as an expert, or used as an expert in cell phone devices previously, prior to trial. And he just testified that he's had on-the-job training and he's attended some classes. And the state would submit that's not enough to warrant expertise.
So the issue,
Same issue as we had at trial.
the issue at trial was Ms. Thompson tried to certify this expert as a quote cell phone expert. That was a mislabeling of the expert. He is an expert. You, under Rule 700 series, you can be an expert based on either your education, your training, or your experience. He was never tendered to be an expert as tracking with 2G network, which consumes a lot of different areas. Again, just want to remind the court, most of this trial, I am using the witnesses who testified to show what should have been presented by a constitutionally competent attorney. This is the first of such efforts.
Tomato, tomato. You can't come in and.
Well, I'm going to allow the question as asked to explain what 2G tracking is, and I think that was the question. Mr. Bates, was that the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to hear what his explanation is, and then I'll make a determination
Okay.
whether or not.
It would be easy if I had a board to draw on and try to explain this. Is that
Well, that's
possible?
between you and your attorney, sir.
What do you have?
A board to draw on so I can explain it, something I can draw this out. I mean, I can try to explain it to you, but it's easier to follow along if
Your Honor, can I have 2 minutes of indulgence?
Yes, let's do that. Thank you. Be seated, please. You may, but hold on one second. I'm going to let you bring that board around. You can have a seat just for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is significant weather in the area. There is a thunderstorm that's going to push through here with estimated 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, but it shouldn't last but about 30 minutes. It's going to be a quick push through. So at about 10 till 10, wherever we get with this witness, I'm going to recess and ask that everyone just stay away from windows in the courthouse. That's the EMA director doesn't think we're going to get a tornado, but just for safety purposes, we're going to be away from these windows. Okay. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may approach, Mr. Bates.
Hey, Agent Walker, Ms. Walker, can you explain
2G tower.
2G and your use in tracking with it?
I need to try 2G tower. Okay. Let's see. First of all, a 2G tower is not like a 3G tower. 3G, 4G, 5G, those are overlapped. 2G is in rural areas. They're in rural areas, and what happens is you can't get triangulation, so you get a signal off of the tower. And that signal is a certain strength to tell you how far you're off the tower. Now, towers in eastern Texas and Decatur County, I'm going to talk about Decatur County towers. Decatur County towers are north-oriented towers. That means the top of the tower points this way. This is an aerial view looking down. You have 3 sections in a tower. You're going to have sections, and these are clockwise. Some do ABC, some do different rotations. The 3 towers are AT&T towers. They're north-oriented, and there are 1, a 2, and the 3 in the sections. And these sections, these towers are sometimes like in the shallow road over here is 7 miles away from the Cox Road Tower. They're 7 miles apart. So what you're going to get is when you have this tower that's like this section may cover up to 5, 6, 7, even 10 miles out. Okay, they're in 3 sections. And when you read a tower is going to have a number. Like this Cox Road Tower is 3152. And the last number on that tower is going to have a 5-digit number. The first 4 are the tower number. The last one is the cell section it's in. It'll say the tower number, and sections 1, 2, or 3 be the last numbers on it. That'll tell you what section that cell phone is in that tower. Okay, so that's how you read when you have what is called a tower dump. A tower dump is going to lay all the calls out from that phone number, and when you read it across, it's going to tell you which tower that phone is reading to. The first 4 are the tower numbers. The second last number is the low section it's in. There's another way to read this too. This is I can talk about this now. because this is all technology, but there's a Marshal Service way that we used to catch people. Because off of the tower, you can ping a cell phone, even when it's off, as long as the battery's on it, you can ping a cell phone. And what a ping a cell phone is when the AT&T will send a signal to the tower, and that will tell you a signal strength off of the tower, how far that cell phone is out. Okay? So it'll tell you distance from the center of the tower out. So if we get a ping, and let's say it's here, that tells us so signal strength off of the tower, but it's not necessarily that spot. It's anywhere equal distance off of the tower. Anywhere that equal distance, that band through there, that ping, that phone can be anywhere in there based on that signal strength on a ping. Okay? Now, what we used to do in the Marshal Service to catch people is we have a device that our districts have. It's a little machine about this big. You can plug a cell.
Indicated about.
It's about 2 feet by 1.5 feet, about this big. We had machines in our districts that we could plug a cell phone into. Other agencies don't have this. It's the Marshal Service thing. And what you would do is you would find the kind of cell phone that your bad guy had, your fugitive had, and you would get the same model, make, and wattage, and you would put that in this device. This device will tell you how far you're off the tower. At the same time, we're talking to an AT&T tech, and we're trying to match that person's signal strength. For instance, say this is a very rural area, and you have a road that crosses here, and a road that crosses here, and you have an apartment complex over here or a trailer park over here. What we would do is we would drive to those areas with our machine and try to match its signal strength when that phone is on. So we would know where our person's at. And it will get within 50 yards of the person. Okay? Now, in this case, on Holly's phone was pinged several times. And then what that does is that tells you the distance off the tower.
Before he gets into the specifics of the case, I'm going to stop him there just for a second. The rules of evidence do allow that if scientific knowledge could help, in this case, the court understand what his testimony is going to be about. He's had 6 years of tracking experience through the U.S. Marshal Service, clearly has an understanding at least of the 2G towers. I'm going to allow him to testify as an expert witness in this.
When you were called to come up to Decatur County, did you come up as somebody to help lend your services with your knowledge?
There was a Marshal Service person sent over to help out of Nashville that I know. The problem is the TBI was not sharing information, and the FBI wasn't sharing information. So he got frustrated and left. John Mayer, the supervisor of the TBI, noticed that myself and then my partner were looking at the cell phone data pretty seriously about trying to figure out where her phone tracked, because where her phone tracked is probably where she was at. And he knows
Is he done with this board? Can he sit back down?
You want to sit back down? You're going to use this?
Well, I'm going to use it. I can sit down for a moment.
Yeah.
But it's just, I want to draw out Holly's tracking if I can later.
All right, whenever you get to that.
Okay. He asked us to, if we could map Holly's cell phone. And I said, yes, I can map it. And for the first several months, I continued to ask TBI that I needed this AT&T device so I could figure out where the end of cell sections were. The device will tell you when you shift from one cell section to another cell section. And I didn't have that. I had a very vague area where the cell sections were. For the first 6-7 months, I was trying to do it on just a basic idea about where the cell sections ended at. I didn't know exactly where they overlapped at. And finally, after about 8 months, Terry Dicus was able to get a AT&T tech there, and that AT&T tech showed up with that machine, and I rode in the back of the car for a better part of a day while the AT&T tech drove me around, and I mapped these cell sections where they broke at. And this machine that they had was more fancier than the ones we had, because it had 4 phones that were exactly like Holly's, same make, model, and wattage. AT&T phones like Holly's plugged in this machine. And I rode in the back of the car, and I mapped the cell sections. And the way this machine works is it puts a little colored dot, about the size of a punch out on a notebook, little colored dot on the roadway as you drive around. And the colored dots are different colors compared to the sections. One's pink, one's blue, one's red. And all towers have different colored dots. So when you drive around, you can easily map where these spots break at. Because once you do that, you can take where Holly's phone's at, or where it was at, and where it registers in certain cell sections, and you can map out where her phone travels. Now, this does not work in urban areas because there's too many possibilities for roadways. But in an urban area, the roadways are a rural area where the roadways are far apart, you can map this.
And at some point, did you create a map?
Yes, in 2012, I created a map.
If I may, I have one for a bench copy and one for the witness.
That's of how Holly's phone traveled.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's how it traveled between 7:45, well, actually 8 a.m. to 9:30.
And
You said one copy for me.
one copy's for you. Can you hand one to the court, please?
Yeah, this is an overlay of the map. This is what I was originally working with, the overlay. This is me driving around with AT&T, figuring out where cell sections break.
Okay, so to be clear, the second page of this is a map with multiple colors.
Yeah, that's just an overlay. That's the original overlay. It needs to be more accurate. You need to have roadways on that when you drive. When I drove around with AT&T, I was able to map roadways. And I made my own map, and I did have one in the file, the TBI file.
Okay. And the first page of this,
That's me riding around with AT&T, figuring out where cell sections break at.
you created both of these documents.
Yes. No, I didn't create the first one. AT&T did the first. The second one, AT&T created that. That's AT&T.
Is that one that was given to you?
Given to me during the first month I was there.
And is this, what was given to you, is this used in your tracking?
It was a general idea, but it wasn't specific enough. I needed more specifics.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to enter this as a collective exhibit next.
Objections?
No.
Or without objections, we'll mark this as Exhibit 4.
Were you able to use your experience in training and develop a route based on Miss Holly's pings?
Yes. No, well, not only her pings, but when somebody called her phone during that 8 a.m. to 9:30, it would register in a cell section. So I had cell sections and pings. So that's distance off of the tower and cell sections, a number of those. And it became real clear because the way the towers line up, it became real clear that her phone left at 8 a.m. and went straight to the freeway. Because at 8:11, if he would have ventured over to Bible Hill Road, it would have been on the Parsons Tower. And if at 8:11, it would have ventured over this way, there's a real powerful tower over in this other section of the human tower, it would have been on it. So it was real clear it went straight north.
At some point, did you reduce your work to a memorandum of sorts?
Yes. Well, I made the map first, and the map was there for quite some time. It's I did do a memorandum on it to TBI when her remains were found, and I have a reason why I did that.
Ms. Franks? Sir. You got another exhibit, please. All right, let's pass that one to the court reporter for Exhibit 4.
Judge, what was 3?
3 is a transcript that we're going to supply to you.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what's the first page?
It's an outline of how her phone traveled. And a description of when she was probably killed.
And this is your work product.
Yes.
And when did you develop this work?
There's a reason behind this. The first reason is that I developed this about a week after her remains were found, but I had all of this information in my, because this is just to drive around to figure out the drive time took 3.5 months. Okay, of driving the routes to figure with a stopwatch, figuring the drive time. That was back in 2012 when I created the map. The reason this was created is because for 8 months, while these individuals were in custody, for 8 months, they said that she was taken down and thrown in the river.
Who's they?
TBI.
Okay.
That she's taken down and thrown in the river. And I said, that is not accurate. That phone never went, there's a cell tower down by the river on the west bank, about a mile off the river. That phone never registered on that. So she never went down to the river at all. That's not true. And so that went on for 8 months. And then her remains were found where I thought they were going to be found.
Let's stop there. When did you think her remains were going to be found?
We thought that in the very first part of the investigation. The first week I was there, me and my partner, Tom Bach, went to the freeway and looked at area. So we knew that early on. We just didn't know. We were trying to narrow that down because it is a big, vast area.
And what's the road the remains were found off of? Have you been there?
Yes. No.
You know the name of the road?
Not off the top of my head.
That's fine. Had you communicated to people prior to the finding of the remains your belief where the remains were?
Yes. The morning that the skeletal remains were found, I called Ricky Inmans, the chief deputy of the county, and I asked him, I said, where were those remains found?
Hearsay.
All right, the objection is hearsay.
First of all, there's been no statement from Investigator Inman yet. He is saying, I called.
I'll talk to him.
He started to talk about what he said out of court.
He's a declarant. It's not.
Hold on one second. The proposed statement was what he was about to say that the other person said? Or are you saying that his statement's
he's
hearsay?
about to offer an out-of-court statement of his own, out-of-court statement that he's offering.
Oh, Your Honor, hearsay is what's.
Is it for the truth?
I don't know what Investigator Inman said in response. What the general's response is what Mr. Walker said is hearsay. He's testifying. He can say what he said outside of court.
But it's being offered in court. The question is it for the truth of the matter? So the objection is sustained. It is hearsay. But I've got to hear what it is to find out if it's for the truth of the matter.
We're talking about Inman.
I'm talking about Mr. Walker's statement too.
Respectfully, Your Honor, under 801, a declarant is a person who makes a statement. Hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying.
While testifying?
Yes. So it's not hearsay.
He's testifying today.
Hold on, Ms. Walker.
I'm sorry.
The statement that he made out of court is hearsay. If he's going to say, I said this 6 years ago, he is the declarant making that statement. Now, it's hearsay, Mr. Bates. Now, again, I'm going to hear it anyway because I've got to make a determination if it's being offered for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, if I can just briefly, this is
a classic example of an argument we've had for years. So go ahead and put your position in, Mr. Bates. I understand he's the declarant and he's in court now.
That's right.
But him saying I said something X out of court, if it's being offered for the truth of the matter, is hearsay.
And respectfully, the reason it's not is because the witness is here to be cross-examined.
That's not an exception to hearsay.
Oh.
We're getting in the weeds here on an
well,
issue. I'm going to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
Please proceed with the questioning, Mr. Bates.
What did you tell? You called Investigator
I called Investigator that morning and asked him where the remains were found. And he said, up there near the freeway where you always wanted to look. And I said, exactly where they, and he described by the Verizon Tower. And I said to him, those are Holly's remains. And he said to me back, he says, well, that hasn't been determined yet. I said, well, they're Holly's. Because that's where I always wanted to look with him and Terry Dykes at the freeway, because that's where this map led. That's where she should be. Okay.
In your work prior to the finding of the remains, did you discuss with anyone your belief that the remains were?
Yes, co-workers, friends, TBI agents.
What made you say the remains would be where they?
Because her phone tracks to the freeway, the Shallow Road Tower. I think it's 109, 6 of the tower, section 1. it tracks to there and it spends about 25 minutes there. It gets there around 8:30 and it departs that area around right before 9 o'clock toward the Cox Road Tower. Her phone goes straight there and spends about 25 minutes there. And that's where her remains were found, in that cell section of the Shallow Road Tower.
You produced a map at some point.
Yes, I did. In
And
2012.
when did you produce the map?
2012. After I rode with AT&T to figure out where the cell sections broke at, it took me about 3 months because I had to drive the routes with a stopwatch to make sure that things match, because it doesn't take much that you drive the wrong roadway, you end off the timeline. You have to make the timeline match to where you're in this cell section, and this cell section, and the pings match also on the top of it. You have to make it match. And when you match those things up, there's one route.
Did you determine, did you use the victim's belongings in attaching this map?
Yes, I did, because when it exits that area, and it exits the area right around 9 o'clock, it comes back across the freeway, because it's Cox Road Tower at that time, section 3, and it comes back across the freeway, and it looks like the person was throwing the stuff out the driver's side, driving on, I think it's Yellow Springs Road, driving south. And they threw it out for about a mile or maybe 3/4 mile, and they stopped as they went south.
All right, thank you all for your patience with that. The storm wasn't nearly as severe as we thought, but it's better to be safe. And let me also state for both parties and Mr. Adams, I zoom in Miss Susan Jones, the capital case attorney, who's unable to be here. So if you see me mess with my computer, it's getting Miss Jones to be able to hear the proceedings.
Yes.
You may proceed, sir.
Mr. Walker, you prepared the map.
Yes, sir.
You identified first where you thought the remains would be,
Yes,
and that was validated.
yes.
Did you apply your experience and training to make sense out of the locations of the cell phone and the discarded evidence from there until the last evidence was found?
Exactly. I always thought that the route ended at the Gooch Creek because her lunchbox was found at the creek on Gooch Creek Road, the creek there. And when I talked to the person that found the lunchbox, they said that it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll tell you.
What's the objection?
Hearsay.
He was about to testify to something somebody else said, so objection sustained, but you can rephrase your question.
And just an expert is allowed to use hearsay in reaching conclusions that would otherwise be inadmissible.
All right. He's responded that this is part of his conclusion. Ms. Wyrick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so objection's overruled. He may proceed.
Okay. The person that found the lunchbox said that there's a huge culvert there that washes south. And I was under the impression that was probably in the route where all the large items were thrown, because her lunchbox was found there. It was hanging on a stick, like I had thrown it out, but the strap of the lunchbox had caught a stick, so it didn't wash down the creek. And I believe that was where all of her large items were, which was missing a biology book, a purse, her notebook, and her lunchbox. And I asked Terry Dicus, I said, I think that's the end of the route. There was people around me that disagreed. When I went down to the creek and asked Dicus if I go look, and within half an hour, I found her notebook. It had been washed down the creek about 75 yards up in the branches. I found her notebook.
When was this?
I don't know the exact date. It was probably a month into the investigation.
Okay.
Because it looked to me like from the cell records that the phone traveled to the freeway, paused, and then came back south to that area. And I said that would make sense to me, thinking that if the person abducted her and had this stuff in his vehicle, that would be the best place to get rid of it, is this creek with the big large culvert and the creek was washing down into the woods.
Have you been physically to the places along this route on your map?
Many times, because I had to figure the map out by driving it, by overlapping, like I said, by overlapping cell sections, pings, drive times. You have to make the roadways match. You can't be out in the middle of nowhere. You have to make it all match. So no, and I've driven this route more than 50 times.
You able to determine general location of Mr. Terry Britt's home on the map that you've prepared?
Yes, it's just north of it. Because I told Terry Dicus when I was developing this map and thinking the end of the route was where the creek is, I said, your suspect probably lives in this area because they're going to have to know this road. This is a very rural road, Gooch Creek, where the creek is. You would have to drive that. Not the average person out there, even the average person in Decatur County would not know this road. It's a very secluded road. I said, the person probably drives this and they wouldn't know where that creek's at. And I told early on, I said, I'd say in 2012, I said, your suspect likely lives in this area.
And I'm going to hand you a purple marker on the map that you've provided. Can you identify this? And yes, on the exhibit itself.
What do you want me to?
We have not moved this in.
I apologize. Yep.
Talking about this map here?
Yes. Hold on, Mr. Walker. You have a map with the abduction investigation and a timeline, part of a 3-page exhibit.
Yes.
First, and this is all data you prepared.
Yes, I prepared this, yes.
And I move to enter it into exhibit.
Objections, Ms. Walker, moving this.
Yeah.
Or without objections, we'll mark this as Exhibit 5, 3-page document.
Now, on the map portion of Exhibit 5, can you place a circle where you identified years ago where you thought the suspect
would live or does live?
Would live first.
I would say a circle. I would say a quarter of a mile around that end of the route on Gooch Creek Road. Circle like that, right?
Can you show okay?
Circle like that.
And can you put a square where you understand Mr. Britt's home to be? And show the general, please. In arriving at this, did you use your experience and training of tracking fugitives for a living?
Yes.
You sent Exhibit 5 to the TBI after the remains were found.
Yes, there's a reason for that.
Why?
Because of the 8 months in, she was taken down to the river and thrown in the river, and I completely disagree with that based on my timeline, that this timeline is from 8 a.m. to 9:30, and she was likely killed around 8:45, my timeline. And they said she was taken down there, the vague ideas. My fear was this, is that I knew that I created a map like this and put it in the file. I don't know where it ended up at, but I gave it to TBI, Terry Dicus.
Before the remains were found?
Way before, 2012. And my fear was this, is that this goes to trial and it's a potential death penalty case and there's convicted. Every lawyer in Harvard and Yale hates death penalty cases. They're going to be all over it and they're going to dig through the file. And I had a moral obligation to bring this up because not only that, but I was fearing Brady material that later on, they're going to dig through the file, comb through it, find my map in the file, and say, why did I not bring up Brady material? Because I had something that says something very different than what was being accused. And I did not want to personally be liable for Brady material or my agents to be liable for Brady material. So that's why I typed this up and sent it to TBI to remind them there is a different theory in the file of the timeline when this occurred, a very different theory that matches the evidence. It matches what her brother said that morning. It matches what the neighbor, Mr. Barnes, said that morning. It matches what Mr. Barnes' mother said that morning. It matches the timeline, and it matches the evidence on the roadways and the end of the route. And it matches the main suspect that was previous to these guys. Okay, that's what my fear of Brady material.
How were you treated after sending that?
How I was treated after I sent it to TBI spread rumors at the FBI about me, that I was some kind of liberal anti-death penalty person. They spread rumors at my own agency about me. They filed an internal affairs complaint on me, my only one in a 35-year 4-agency career. TBI filed an internal affairs complaint on me. Said that I developed a map after her remains were found, but nobody knows that's true. My agency investigated it. I was exonerated, found no fault. They know that the map was created way before that. But I was called to a meeting with TBI. My agency attorneys told me I don't need to go to the meeting. I could ignore it. But I went to the TBI meeting, and the supervisor, he was sitting right over here yesterday. He treated me like I was some kind of criminal because I had to sit out in the lobby and wait. Then I was called in, and he spent 34 minutes chastising me, giving me some sermon he prepared about how wrong I was.
And who was this?
He's their supervisor. He was here yesterday. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
He was sitting right here yesterday. And I took the map to talk about the map. I said, I took the map to this meeting. I wanted to talk about the timeline of how this map could match these suspects, because I know nothing about these suspects. Okay, that's what I want to talk about. I didn't get to talk about it. Mr. Frizzell, their so-called cell phone expert, was also in the meeting. He asked me a couple of questions. He says, how fast was the vehicle traveling north? And I said about 33, 34 miles an hour. And I said about 34, 35 south. And he asked me, he says, well, you're wrong on this because the ping on that last ping on Holly's residence is at her residence, the last ping off the Parsons Road Tower. And I said, no, I had to explain to him how to read a ping off of a 2G tower. I said, that ping is not there. You have to swing it around, and the timeline matches it being at the creek on Gooch Road. That's the end of the route. That's the last ping when they're throwing the stuff in the creek. So that was what, and I even offered the map to them when I left, and it was refused. Okay, so that's how I was treated after I turned this into TBI. I was not, it was highly unprofessional when it occurred.
Did you ever find or publicize fault in Clint Bobo's help to law enforcement?
No, I interviewed Clint Bobo at least 4 times, a couple of times, 3.5 to 4 hours, a couple of times. He was always honest. He's a little timid, a little unsure of himself. He was always very honest. He was very direct in giving the description of the individual that abducted his sister, how they walked across the yard. His timeline, what he talked about that morning, matched the neighbor's Mr. Barnes' testimony and matched Mr. Barnes' mother's testimony. Clint Bobo never lied. I never, ever once found him to be untruthful. He was a little unsure of himself, and I interviewed him. He added some things as he went along. Because I remember one point in the interview, I was talking to Terry Dicus about when they were walking across the yard with Holly, the suspect walked across the yard with Holly. He says, well, I was talking to my mother at that time. And I said, okay, so I can narrow that down to a specific time on the cell records. It was like 7:56.
At some point, you understood there was a trial in this case.
Yes.
And did you ever see the TUI letter sent to Susan Gibson?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Talk about your communications with Zach Adams' defense attorneys prior to trial. So how many months or years before trial did you sit down and?
I met with the prosecution about a year before. They came to my office. I talked to my legal counsel and the U.S. Attorney's Office prior to that, before saying anything to anyone. I needed my agency and the U.S. Attorney's Office on the same page. And they came to my office. Brought 2 attorneys, and I went over what I knew about the case. Okay. months had passed. About 3 months, probably before the trial, I testified. I got a subpoena from the prosecution and the defense. And I didn't hear anything from the defense. The night before I testified, the night before, about 7 p.m., I met with the defense. I had an AUSA with me.
Let's
And
stop right here.
Okay.
Had you sent emails or have you received emails from Mr. Adams' attorneys?
No, I had not communicated other than we met the night before. I mean,
Private investigators?
no, nobody. I had not talked to the defense. I was willing to. The problem is I cannot reach out and do that as a law enforcement person. I cannot reach out and talk to the defense.
Okay.
My agency said it's fine. Go tell the truth. The U.S. Attorney's Office said the same thing. I had no problem with it. I just wasn't. I cannot reach out and do that.
7 p.m. the night before you testified.
7 p.m. the night before I testified.
Where is this meeting at? A conference room?
At a hotel room. It's one just south of here. It's 8. I mean, Super 8 or something like that. Hotel. It's a hotel room.
All right. Who's in the meeting?
The AUSA is with me. His defense counsel's there.
Which one?
I don't know her name. I just got to think of it.
Was it female?
Female.
Okay.
Female. I had a lot to talk about, a tremendous amount about how this all works. That I didn't want to be a cell phone expert because in my agency, that's a very complicated, big thing. I knew certain areas. I wanted to talk about that. I talked about what I knew about the case, the history of it. She was kind of following along. She was really relaxed. She was drinking wine. And I was like, I have testified in 4 to 5 previous capital murder trials prior to this one. And I was thinking, these guys are going to get convicted. They're going to get the death penalty. And she is way out of her league. That's what I thought. Because she was not comprehending what I was trying to explain.
I object on him offering his opinion as to the standards of a lawyer.
Objection sustained.
That's fine, Your Honor. Did you ever communicate to her the distinction between being a cell phone expert and a tracking a fugitive with 2G network expert?
Yes.
Did Ms. Thompson take notes on this when you were telling her?
I don't have, no, she didn't seem to be taking notes. I don't recall.
How long did the meeting last?
About an hour.
You then came to court and sat right where you're sitting the next day.
Yes.
And Ms. Thompson attempted to certify you as an expert in cell phone expert.
Exactly.
Your conclusions are identified in Exhibit 4 and 5. And are they the product of your experience and training?
Yes.
Your pre-remains beliefs were validated.
The map is accurate.
Were there other items of physical discovery that you discussed with TBI in this case? Was it any other physical evidence that you discussed with them?
The prosecutor discussed the hair evidence.
The state discussed with you hair.
I discussed with them. When they met with me in my office here before the trial, Jennifer Thompson, Jennifer Thompson, the name of the attorney. Jennifer Nichols said that's the first time she'd heard about it, the hair evidence.
And what is this hair evidence?
It's some microscopic hair that was found in Terry Britt's vehicle that matches Holly's. It was tested by the FBI
That
lab.
is not accurate, and the state is going to object to that statement. That is an absolute
All right, hold on,
mischaracterization
Mr. Walker.
of this file.
All right, the objection specifically, besides it not being not accurate, what's the objection?
That it
Okay.
is wholly and completely inaccurate.
They can
Response.
That's for cross-examination. If something's not accurate, that's how you.
All right, you can address it on cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
What did you tell General Nichols?
That I was,
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'm going to hear what he has to say.
I told her that the suspect was Terry Britt. He matched the description. I talked about the hair evidence. I talked about the map, the route that the phone traveled, how I mapped it. I think what else I talked about? Pretty much what I knew about the case.
Did you mention this hair?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
I told her there was a microscopic hair that matched Holly's, same color that the FBI lab looked at.
And you have understanding of what happened regarding distinctions between Holly's hair and the hair found on Mr. Britt's?
Let's say that again.
You have awareness of the distinctions between the hair and Holly's hair. Do you have any awareness of that?
Distinction between them? No, I just know I was on the conference call when the FBI called and talked to Terry Dicus and Art, the FBI agent. I was on the conference call with the FBI when they were talking about it.
And when you're discussing this with General Nichols, what was the reaction?
She said she never heard about it before.
Thank you for being here.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So it's your testimony that.
Hold on, hold on one second. Are we done with this board now? Are you going to use the board? Ms. Wyrick asking Mr. Walker to do anything
Yeah,
on
I'm
the board?
not going to use the board. No, no,
Okay.
no.
Let's get this out of the way, Ms. Franks.
Yes. When were you last on the case in your official capacity as an employee of the United States Marshal Service? Because here today you're here as a citizen. Just, I got some concerns and I need the court to hear my concerns. There's no TUI letter allowing you to be here today, right?
No.
So when you retire from a federal agency, you don't still have to get a TUI letter to testify in court
I was given permission to testify
by the U.S. Marshal Service.
in the original trial. In
But
this
not
trial,
today.
Not today.
Okay.
I'm a private citizen.
You're a private concerned citizen. When was your last involvement in this case as an employee of the United States Marshal Service?
It was, I want to be accurate.
How about 2013?
I believe 2013.
Okay, 2013 was the last time
Yeah.
that Mr. Walker.
I don't know the month of 2013. Sometime. in
That's fine,
2013.
but the year 2013.
Yeah.
All right. And is that when you retired?
No. Retired in 21.
You retired in 21. You were taken off of the case in 2013.
No, I was just had other duties. I was not taken off of the case.
Reassigned
I-
to other things.
I participated in the case as an assistant, and I was busy doing other things. Other things happened.
Okay. So in 2013, you're no longer involved in briefings on the Holly Bobo case.
That's yes.
Yes, you were not, or yes, you were.
I was not.
Okay. So it's in your rear view mirror and you're moving on and working on other cases until the trial came up in 2017.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Are you aware of the fact that new information came into the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation after 2013?
Am I aware? No. I was called a couple of times and asked some questions along the way by the investigators about people I've interviewed, but I was not working actively on the case.
No. But I know you weren't working on it, but are you aware that new information was made available, became known after 2013?
I was hearing rumors.
I'm sorry?
Rumors.
Okay.
About like how she was taken down on the river, rumors.
Okay.
Things
But
like
you
that.
weren't involved in any of that?
No.
Right.
Do you know who Anthony Phoenix is?
No.
Do you know who James Darnell is?
No.
Do you know who Carl Stigler is?
No.
Corey Rivers?
No.
Sean Cooper?
No.
Chris Swift?
No.
Jason Kirk?
No.
William Bell? You know any of these people are?
No.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you knew where Miss Bobo's body was going to be found. Is that what I'm understanding?
I knew it was going to be in cell section 1 of the Shallow Road Tower. Well, I didn't know her body was going to be there. I know that was she was taken and probably killed at.
You knew. Okay.
But yeah,
So you went looking for her.
many times.
With whom?
Terry Dykus, the chief deputy of the county, with a neighbor that lived up there. One time I was up there looking and a neighbor was there.
Did you find her?
No, of course I didn't find her.
Right.
Because it is a huge area. It is wooded. It's vast.
It's a massive, huge wooded area,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And am I understanding your testimony that it is your expert opinion that her cell phone was with her when she was murdered?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
I base that on, it was probably in her right back pocket when she was abducted.
I'm not asking about when she was abducted. When the bullet was put to the back of her head by James Autry and Zach Adams, is it your testimony to this court that her phone was on her at that time?
I'm not going to comment to that because I don't believe that.
Okay, then in the world that you're functioning in, it's your belief that Terry Britt, let's just bring it out. Terry Britt put that bullet in the back of her head. Is that your testimony? That's what you're gonna tell this judge?
I believe.
Answer my question.
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is allowed.
Give it an opportunity to answer.
I do believe that.
That Terry Britt put a bullet in the back of her head.
Yes.
Okay, so when he did that, for this hypothetical scenario of yours, was her phone on her?
It was either on her or in his vehicle.
Okay. On her, still back in her pants pocket?
Well, since the phone traveled south, it was probably in the vehicle,
In the vehicle. Okay, which vehicle?
his small truck.
Okay. Are you aware that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation wired his home?
I'm aware.
All right. Cell phones, landlines, they were listening to everything.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, where was Terry Britt's phone that day?
Probably at home.
But you don't know.
It didn't register on the tower, so it didn't get any calls.
Where was Zach Adams' phone that day? Do you know?
I believe it is residence on the Cox Road Tower, from what I understand.
Okay. Where was Shane Austin's phone that day?
They were not near Holly's.
Really?
Yeah, I know that.
Where was Jason Autry's phone that
Not
day?
near Holly's.
Sir?
Not near Holly's.
And where was Dylan Adams' phone that day?
Not near Holly's.
And what are you basing those answers on?
Looking through the tower dumps, reading every single phone in the county. I mapped every phone on the AT&T and Verizon to match them to see if anybody's matched Holly's travel. And there was only one phone of a lady that lived up north near the freeway that semi-matched the route.
You got information from AT&T?
The tower dumps, I got them from Terry Dykus,
You got them from TBI.
TBI.
When was Terry Dykus removed from this case because he lost objectivity?
I do not know.
Terry Dykus called you in, let me make sure I get my years right here. Did you watch the whole trial after you testified?
I didn't watch any of it.
Okay, so would it surprise you to know that, well, let me not get questions confused with other questions. Terry Dykus asked you to go interview Terry Britt, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and tell me about that. What year was that?
I think it was 2013, spring of 2013, maybe April.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while.
in 2013,
I think it's 2013.
before you'd moved on to other cases, or were you still on this case?
If I was in and out of this case the whole time, I was never 100% assigned to it. Okay, I was never 100% on the case. I was just assisting TBI with when things they needed stuff. When John Mayer asked for the cell phone tracking, we worked on that, and there was things along the way that we would assist with. Terry Dykes called and asked if I could interview Terry Britt. I said, sure.
Did you know at the time that Terry Dykes had been taken off this case?
did not
because
know
he'd
that.
lost? I'm sorry, can I finish my question? Did you know that he'd been taken off the case when he asked you to do that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And the U.S. Marshal Service has a cell phone task force, correct?
Individuals signed to districts that do cell phone work.
Were you one of those?
In my district in Eastern Texas, I was the person that did it for my district, yes.
Okay. What about after that?
No, I was assigned to something different. I was in a different program.
When you were here in West Tennessee, what was your assignment? Were you on the cell phone task force?
No, I was assigned to the Strategic National Stockpile.
Which is,
and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force.
okay. And the strategic, I want to make sure I get it right. The Strategic National Stockpile, that's the National Repository of Medical Essential Supplies, correct?
Right.
Okay. So Terry Dykes asks you to go to a penal institution and interview who you two believed to be the murderer of Holly Bobo.
Yes.
Okay. You did that.
Yes.
And what happened?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I expected. I fully expected him to tell me to go away and not say a word. That's been my experience with when you're accusing somebody of something. And I told Terry Dykes, I said, sure, I'll go talk to him. I didn't know. He put it like this. He says, you know him, you worked the wire on his house. Go see if he wants to work out some kind of deal on the Holly Bobo abduction murder case.
And you've taken many statements prior to that from suspected murderers.
Yes.
How many?
I have no idea.
So, me either. 50, 100, 1,000?
No, let's just do 20.
How many?
20.
20. Okay.
I was just going to see if he wanted, I was not there to take a statement. I was not there to get a confession. I was there to see if he just wanted to work out some kind of deal because they're talking about charging Janet Britt. That's all it was. I just said, I'll go see if he wants to work out a deal. That's all it was. Very simple.
Who had authorized you to go see if he wanted to work out a deal?
Nobody authorized me. I can go interview a prisoner if I want to.
Okay. So you go, and I think I want to make sure I get it correct. At trial, you indicated that you were not there trying to obtain, what did you call it? Factual information?
No, testimonial evidence.
Testimonial evidence. That's what it is. Define that for me. What is testimonial evidence?
That's when you're going to interview somebody so that the information they tell you can use against them in trial.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Okay. And so you're going to interview Terry Britt to get testimonial evidence or not to get testimonial evidence?
I'm just there to ask him if he wants to work out a deal with TBI. That's all. Does he want to talk to keep his wife from being charged with a criminal charge? That's all. Do you want to work out a deal with TBI? He said, tell him what we know about him, see if he wants to work out a deal. And once I went through the details of what we knew about how he's involved in the case, he admitted to it.
He admitted to murdering Holly Bobo.
Yes. He said, it sounds like you got it figured out. I'll plead to 20 years. I don't want to die in jail, but I want to be in a different jail.
Could another interpretation of that be that he was being a smart aleck?
Your
No,
Honor,
no.
if the witness is not able to testify of his interpretation of Ms. Thompson's preparedness, the witness should not be able to testify to this. Or I would request leave to reinstitute on redirect the client's
You'll get an
interpretation.
opportunity to question him
Okay.
again.
No.
That there's no way that's a possibility. That he was just
I did not.
messing with you.
Nope, didn't pick up on that.
Okay, after your, what did you say, 5 previous experiences of taking statements?
I don't know how many I've taken over the years. I've taken quite a few. It's been 35 years in law enforcement.
I know you did, and I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm
All right.
trying to get a picture of your experience. And I thought a minute ago when I asked you how many you had taken, you said 5.
At least 20. No, I said at least 20.
Okay, so I did miss you. All right, 20. All right. So he confesses to you.
Not a confession, just an admission. It's the difference. Confession is when you write out a whole statement, okay? An admission is when you're like, I did that. That's not necessarily a confession. The confession, you get into the details.
So you get the admission first and then you get the confession.
I didn't want the confession. I wanted him to stop right there. I told him to stop. TBI needs to talk to him. I'm not there to do that. TBI needs to talk to him about stopping right there. I got up to leave, and he says, hey, can you get me out of here because I need to show you something? I think he was implying he wants to show me where her remains were. And I said,
You think that's what he was saying?
Yes.
You don't know?
I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying.
Okay.
I'm not an idiot.
Did you Mirandize him?
No.
How was anybody going to use that in court?
I wasn't there to get anything from court. I told y'all that. I wasn't there to get a statement. I was there to see if he wanted to talk to TBI. And he said, yeah, I'll talk to TBI to keep Janet Britt from being charged. He wanted to do that.
Okay. When did it occur to you, maybe I should have Mirandized him?
Well, after he starts talking, I just wanted to leave. I said, I'm leaving. I'm not there. I did not want to be anywhere involved with him giving some kind of Miranda statement to his court. That's not my purpose. That's not my job.
So you went back to the treehouse and you told Terry Dicus, I got him to confess. Go get him.
I wrote a report, gave it to TBI.
You wrote a report? You didn't call Terry Dicus and say, I just got Terry Britt to confess. I'm sorry, to admit, not confess, admit to killing Holly Bobo.
I don't recall calling him. I don't call that.
Did you call your supervisor and say, I just cracked the case?
No, I didn't do that either. I just went and wrote a report on it. This is not the biggest event I've ever had in law enforcement. So, I mean,
I'm not trying to
It's
imply that it is, but it is a really big deal.
I know
to the
that.
Bobo family.
I understand that. But to me, there's many people get murdered and you investigate many different things. So I just did what I normally would do. I go write a report. I give a report to the agency.
When Mr. Lewis and Mr. Frizzell came to talk with you, and that's the man's name that you were, Mark Lewis. Does that ring a bell?
I guess I know.
Okay. They talked to you about this report that you did, correct?
They didn't talk to me about the report.
Was it a, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Well, are you going to show them Exhibit 5?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't think this has been done.
That's just for, okay.
You will
Witnesses,
correct me.
witnesses being handed a document.
No, I'm sorry.
Can
Okay,
we
yes.
see what they're
Exhibit 5. Does he have it?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the report they came to talk to you about?
I went to them. They didn't come to me. I went to their office.
Oh,
And-
you called them and said, I need to come talk with them?
No, my agency said that TBI wanted to talk to me. My agency said, I don't have to talk to him. And I said, no, I would like to clarify the map. I would like to get into the details and talk about this is what I would like to do. And I went to TBI,
This is referring to.
this map. I went to them and we didn't get to talk about it. All I got was a lecture for half an hour on how I was wrong and incompetent by the supervisor. It was recorded. That conversation, that is recorded by TBI. That whole conversation was recorded. It's
Yes.
34 minutes long.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to listen to it.
Yeah. We didn't discuss.
Okay.
I mean, it was just like, he didn't want to talk about the map.
We're going to play something to see if you recognize this. We're not going to play it all, but I want to hear if this is what you're referring to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Your Honor, I'd ask under completeness to play the entire recording.
That's fine.
Well, at this point, I think it's just for authentication. So let's just, let's go through the steps.
Before you got it. It'll be fine.
We don't need such a big room, but it's the.
Is it just us?
Just us three?
Joe's not gonna be here? No. I want to talk to Joe.
Is that your voice?
Well,
I believe it is.
That's okay.
this needs to be something else later on.
No, I'm
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
We can.
Is that your voice? Asking, is it just the three of us?
Yes,
Okay. You recognize this?
yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this be marked as the next numbered exhibit and
Objections, Mr. Bates?
None, Your Honor.
I will mark this. We're at exhibit 6 now. Mark it as exhibit 6.
Filed with I get that flash drive.
would that be easier?
I'm sorry, say that once again.
Substitute this for with a flash drive later?
Filed it with late filed with a flash drive of the audio.
Yes, that's my preference throughout today. The proceeding is that we follow up with the court on digital evidence marked in a unique container, or thumb drive or external drive of some form.
You suggesting we have one and then mark and label them in the inside on the files, exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4?
If possible, the size might exceed the scope and it has to be multiple ones.
You're satisfied with that, Mr. Boyan? Ms. Wyrick, you good
Yes,
with that?
that's fine.
C2. All right. But we will designate this audio recording as exhibit 6. All right. You're going to play this.
Yes, sir.
If it becomes to a point where I can't understand it,
Yes, sir.
then I'm going to just let you know. I'll review it again later.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You said 34 minutes.
I think.
Explain what I was seeing.
It's long. It's longer than 34, but I think that the relevant part is within the first 34 minutes.
That's fine. Mr. Bates wants it all played, so we'll play it off.
Hear it all.
Question I got to ask first. Is I want her to roll. That's the reason I brought this up in the room. She was allegedly helping. Is that how this is that?
Well, we can't get into specifics of what we know right now.
Oh, okay.
That's you're all right. Let me start off here, just to be more comfortable than it is. Okay, good. I mean, the goal of this.
All right. At some point, explain to the court who's in this room and who's talking.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness is talking. Mark Lewis with the TBI and Mike Frizzell with the TBI are the three people in the room. Mr. Lewis is the one talking now, kind of setting the stage.
You said Mike Frizzell.
Frizzell, Frizzell, and he will testify later.
Your Honor, could we get a date and time that this recording took place?
October 23rd, 2014. Does that sound right? October 23rd, 2014?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for answering out loud. Okay, you may proceed.
And almost everything that we do, really everything we do, specifically this meeting, is to make sure we get the truth. If we haven't missed something, if there's not something out there that you have that we're unaware of, or anybody needs to give us, it will help us to figure out what the truth is, or what happened.
I'll tell you what I know.
Now, and it kind of stems from the email. The email you sent us is sort of what got the ball rolling on that. I wish you said it. I wish you called and talked to us about it before you sent it. But it is what it is. And if you feel that way, we're not here to talk to anybody out of what they believe. We do know that the Marshal Service has already talked to you about some stuff, and that's their business. That's between you and them. They did. I feel only fairness to you. questions that they have already asked you, or that we've been told they asked you. They're really good questions. I would like to go down, Mike would like to go down that list ourselves with you, because we don't know the answers to these. They did give us the list, but for whatever reason.
They didn't have the answers.
They did not give us the answers.
No, still, I was going.
But now let me back up a little bit. Mike is with our technical services.
Yeah, I remember.
He's he is one of our phone experts. He is the phone expert case agent on this case.
615-521. Yeah. 081, and that's it.
And you know me from back in the day, I was a field agent back then, working on the case. I think
I didn't know this one said, I talked to Kira, and she said email me, and that's what it said. That's why I said,
okay. Well, the problem is when you send an email, it's in an email, it's kind of not really work product, kind of official. But that's okay. We'll get around that. Yeah, exactly. That's all we want. And my role has changed somewhat since we last saw each other. Well, maybe it hasn't. It's sometime during the early stages, I got promoted. I'm the assistant special agent in charge for the field.
You got promoted again?
No, maybe you already did.
I think I got promoted whenever it's also general investigation. Hello?
That's showing us.
Hello? Somebody watching that?
No, probably not. It would show the dog, you know, with it.
I don't remember using that.
I would be kind of like, I'll make it know that, but
I hope you get the.
that might be over there. They say they were trying to hold.
No, I just want I wasn't even about to say anything. That was the phone thing, and I heard about, you're always got rumors and stuff, but once they found her remains, we thought that we were okay. That's what I said. I probably should speak up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
And I called Ricky Edmonds on that Friday, and he gave me a general location where the remains were found. And I said, well, that's gonna be Holly Skull, we're gonna do before that house, because that's where we predicted it.
But no, actually, of course, I've not been promoted again. We just didn't want to send a whole bunch of people down here. I think we can get this resolved.
Okay.
There's not one person who knows everything about the case. The closest thing to that is the phone stuff, which would probably be mine. I was there day one. I've always been involved in the case in some form or fashion, but we didn't need to send, we have like a whole team working on this now. Things have changed dramatically or drastically since you were probably last involved in this. It's like a total different investigation from 2 years ago, completely, you wouldn't even recognize it. We wish a prosecutor could have come with us. Since then, a new district attorney has been elected. Not only did we lose our DA, we also lost the lead prosecutor, Vance. Probable. She went to the district attorney's office.
The new guy, prosecutor.
But yeah, we don't really know yet. Yeah, he's gonna be involved. He's a district attorney, but we don't know who the lead team is gonna be. I would tell you if I knew, but we don't know for sure how that's gonna be. Again, I say that to say this. I wish the prosecutor could have been here for whatever reason. We don't have one here. Normally, what I want this to be is more like a trial for clarification purposes. We don't want to be surprised on the stand.
That's why I brought
And
this up.
we don't want you surprised on the stand.
I don't want this much, Jim. That's why I brought this up. I brought it up because I said, there's a lot of people that know about this information and revolving case in the first 2 years. And we kept saying over and over again, she was taken to the freeway, it's been half an hour, then the phone came back, FBI said the same thing. All I've been trying to talk to, all week, for some reason he's unavailable.
Well, what I would like to do, normally we don't do this. I don't want this to be a written statement. I like to turn this into just making some notes. Normally, I don't like doing this, but under these circumstances, and especially since the prosecutor can't be here and they are brand new, they're gonna want us, I like to record this. You got a problem with that? I didn't know. All right.
I just want the truth out more, that's all.
That's
I
all.
was involved a little bit part of the case. I actually looked at the phone stuff early because the Marshal Service has access to direct phone knowledge. And
Deputy Marshal Bird.
I'm a senior inspector.
Senior inspector. I may just have everybody go use them soon. All right. Okay, we're recording. This is Assistant Special Agent in Charge of the Field Division, West Tennessee, Mark Lewis. We are at the Memphis Field Office in Memphis, Tennessee. Today's date It's Thursday, October 23rd, 2014. The time is approximately 10:07. Two other law enforcement officials in the room now. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Senior Inspector John Walker, United States Marshals. Special Agent Mike Frizzell, Technical Services, TBI.
Okay. Okay, I want to sort of guide this, but you feel free to jump in if I'm wrong or I say something in error. Again, I want to reiterate, the goal of this meeting and the goal of this investigation is to be sure that we get the truth about what happened to Holly Bobo, point blank. There's no other way to say it. So if we miss something or we need something that will help the case, that will help get justice for Holly Bobo, we're going to do what we need to do that. And if we're wrong about something, we need to know it. If you're wrong about something, we need to know that too. Okay? And I stated before we turn the recording on, I think you're aware of this. The Marshal Service did provide us with some questions I think you guys have already met and talked about. And what I would like to do is just peruse through these questions one by one, and because these are pretty good questions, I think that may speed the process up. And that's just going to be your comment on these and help us out. All right. Okay, the document in question is going to be the email. That means, I think that's the way this is worded. So, why did Walker create this document? The document in question will be the email.
I created it because when I heard the location of her remains from the news media, well, Ricky, and I called Ricky on Friday when the skull was found and had been identified, and I said, well, that's located. Ricky told me it was located 400 yards from the woods, close to the Verizon Tower near the sawmill. North side of the freeway between the Shaw Road and Continental Tower. I said, well, that's ridiculous to be all along 2.5 years ago. The map that I made 2.5 years ago, and TBI has a copy of that map. Probably 5x5 foot map country, because that's where I consistently said that we needed to focus on searching this map. This map was that map is made 2.5 years ago. And I sent the email because the location of the remains confirmed where we called it. And that she was probably killed the first hour, and the FBI and everyone else said the same thing. That's why I read the document. Because I didn't want to get to trial, somebody bring this up, and I ended up going to trial, so trying to explain this.
That report was new to us. I mean, that was what, about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? So do you have any, does the board have any additional information, case files, reports, et cetera, associated with this information? Is there anything else?
The only other things I have is I have some notes, that when we interviewed, a lot of Clint and Holly's friends in the beginning, because the behavior analysis said that the person was 20 years of age. Of course, after we interviewed everybody that's 20 years of age, they said, no, it's mentally 20 years of age, so kind of do that. But I interviewed a lot of Clint and Holly's classmates, those notes didn't leave anywhere. Cell phone stuff, I just have very few things that were remaining. Most of the things y'all emailed to me, or I worked on in your office.
Anything we don't have?
No, you have everything.
What materials did Walker use to generate this document? Again, I'm referring to the email.
Well, the email was generated off of the map I created 2.5 years ago, and the map was created off of working close with AT&T, the FBI, and my own agency, using cell phones.
And this, may not make a lot of that, but does Walker still have those materials?
Yeah, I did go in there. Just a few things I'll say. I'll give you copies.
Mike, you feel free to, the phone stuff. I'm not a phone expert, I'll tell you that now. But does Walker have any additional information that he thinks would be discovered?
No.
Why did Walker send this document? What was his purpose behind it?
I felt that needed to come out now, that I was in a different period the first 2 years. Well, on our side, self. I don't know if that's the case, it's just that everybody in the law enforcement community saying she's self-created videotape. I see something different.
Why did Walker make it a point in his email to mention the issue of discovery rate?
Because I think the defense attorney should already have this. If they've got the discovery, they've already got this information. And I bring it up because we need to do it now instead of them using it as a defense mechanism. And if it is true, the theory of this, it should be, they can bring it out as positive.
In fairness, these are the questions they
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a little weird for me reading these like these, but, I wanted, just, we didn't have the answers. Did someone ask Walker to create or send this document, or did Walker create and send this document on his own?
Oh. I discussed it with people in my office.
Was Walker working with anyone to create this document?
Well, I was back when I created the map, which is AT&T, the FBI, and my own agency.
So-
But as far as the email, I didn't email. I talked to the people I work with, and they said it's gonna create a stink. I said, well, my conscience gotta be clear afterwards.
So, this fire a year and a half, 2 years ago, the answer is yes, recently, no, you're not working.
I don't know about the case now.
Was this so?
Who told you to create a stink? My coworker, also, people over at the task force. But I'm like, it's the truth, that's all. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. We're bringing it on board.
Again, we're not here to get you.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm okay. That's all.
Was this socialized? I guess it's on social media. This would be a big topic, you also, working on your about it. Was he pursuing this information from anyone outside the U.S. Marshal Service or outside of law enforcement? When was Walker's last involvement in this case?
2 years, 2 years ago.
That's that's why I would read that, not involvement, not being you hit send on the email, but actual legitimate. Is Walker working with anyone in law enforcement or outside law enforcement in this case currently? Did any U.S. Marshal Service supervisor approve of creating this document?
I discussed with my supervisor.
Okay, now who's your supervisor for the house? That's a marshal supervisor, not a JTTF supervisor. Scott, same. Did he see the email?
No.
Did the United States Marshal Service supervisor know the depth of Walker's involvement in this case? Was Scott, would he have been your supervisor back then when you in Autry?
It's weird how this worked out, because we worked to get cases. But when this happened, they kind of just sent us over to work with y'all. That's kind of how the JTS said, y'all go work with them. So we did, or if we could help out, we would. Not to create a problem, we just don't help them.
No, we
We're gonna need it. So
we were connected with. Has Walker released this information to anyone else, and anyone outside law enforcement? Did anyone ask Walker to perform cell training? If so, who again?
Previous supervisor. Then it jumped into later was scary. First of all, I didn't know for 6 months. I didn't do.
So with the TBI is, and that would have been, you told her that would have been like the first few.
That's for 6 months, first year, because I was getting stuff all the way to the first year still, first 6 months especially. But I think I was getting with FBI too. They had the pink map, which I wish I still had, not doing that thing.
So the first few months, April 13th, 2011 is the election.
Right.
How did Walker get the cell phone data used in his document? And from cell provider, did he get a full
Right. Yeah.
And where we got it from, you don't know, or
You got to make
so you don't know the legal process we would use or not use to get it.
I don't legal prosecute, we do that ourselves, but I was done figuring out the court order.
Okay, but this.
But I didn't see the court order. All I was providing was the information.
Okay. All right. What did Walker use to link the conclusions he made about the time of the murder and abduction to his cell phone tracking data?
Because the phone goes into a geographic location for about 30 minutes. Then it comes out of that geographic location, and from what my understanding is, that's where her remains were found. The FBI's behavioral analysis also said she was probably killed during the first hour of abduction. That's all. And that's been our theory the first 2 years of investigation. She was taken up in 3 minutes, probably killed him.
Probably killed, or something could have happened, but
Probably, yes, that's
my recollection is we really didn't know what happened here in that 30 minutes. So that's not, that fair, just make sure I'm not missing something.
That's right.
So what,
Maybe I was just
So the 30 minutes or so of inactivity in a partial location where you heard the body on the remains were discovered, and what the FBI ever now was coming started on. Do you remember when we met with the behavioral analysis?
She stood in front of the room about the first or second week and talked to us on a few occasions. She was about 5'6" white female with shoulder length dark hair that came to the FBI, and she talked to them.
Was this in 2011?
Yes, it was the very first few weeks of that.
You had no access to the behavioral analysis opinions or anything?
No, just that first few weeks she was talking, because I thought it was strange. It didn't fit my brain that you would abduct a blonde-headed girl and kill her the first hour, so.
Okay.
The whole 5,000
That's kind of the first part of this, what I didn't need to rush to these so quickly. I mean, you had seen these already, and I would be.
No, they told me to go ahead.
We need to go through the meeting. I didn't have access to that.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background with the service about cell phone tracking? Sure. My background is 28 years of law enforcement experience working in agencies. I've worked on numerous capital cases before, testified in 5. All 5 of the convictions, 1 death sentence, got executed. Last time I testified in was in Texas. I moved here 8 years ago when I walked out the state and fled the life. Cell phone experience, I've worked many investigations, in excess of 50 fugitive investigations using cell phone tracking, working with the guys. Arrested many people. Using cell phone tracking all over Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana. And I'm very familiar with our agencies, pretty good at it. And if I have a question, I have any people I can call that will fill me in specific details about 2G, 3G, 3-sided towers, 8-sided towers, things of that nature. So I have a lot of resources I don't understand. So, but I'm also pretty studies. I have a college degree and 2 graduate degrees, so I'll work quickly. If you see an error, I have noticed by many people, if you see an error, I point it out.
Well, the error I see, John, is your first sentence here. This kind of states it for fact. The tracking data of Holly Bobo and UP cell telephone indicates she was killed during the first hour of her first abduction. That statement alone is a factual statement in my mind. And I had trouble reconciling saying just by purely looking at cell phone tracking data that she was killed the first hour.
Nothing personally.
That's a sticking point. I would never say that. So to speak. So let's go over your analysis. And let's figure out how we can move this. Okay. Where did you get this propagation of AT&T? AT&T?
No, I mean, not you. TBI, AT&T did it.
Anybody specific? No. And that's not. In your last sentence here, in this first paragraph, a recent location of all these remains is also consistent with tracking the telephone data. And a further indication that her death likely occurred during the first hour of abduction. That's something else I would never say just based on hard data. What do you think?
Let me explain what I have and show you the map that I created 2.5 years ago. And y'all are reaching out to those. I think it's the best way. Do you need to see the data sheets? You know what data sheets look like? Data sheets are what's the Excel spreadsheet that AT&T does, Verizon does. It shows you all the cell phone information of the towers. I was sent that PBI for all the towers in the area plus the Verizon towers. Not only do we initially map their phone, we try to map people that image that phone. Try to find people that route the same routes. We found a few, but nobody turned into suspects. If you're familiar with that, he's our expert. The This second page here, this is what AT&T gave y'all, okay, this is an analysis of all this phone retract. And I broke it down so you can read it easier right there, from 7:40 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. The cell sections it hits and the cell locations, okay? This is all this, what this does is this takes the Excel spreadsheet, they're volumes, and it breaks down just Holly's phone were travel on that day. From early in the morning on the 13th until 9:06 a.m., okay? And I broke it down to where she travels from 7:40 a.m. because according to what our theory was at the time, that she was sometime around 7:45 and departure from the house was sometime around between that and 8 o'clock. And it leads all the way to 9:25 a.m. I've included a couple of things on the list because there was a couple of pings on the phone that we didn't know about until like 8 months into the investigation that I was talking to Ricky Evans in front of the sheriff, and the sheriff made a comment that he had the phone pinged several times. We didn't know that at the time in the first 6 months. They were pinging the phone in the first round of the investigation. Now I know it was 4 pings on the phone. A ping is an AT&T signal out to locate where the phone is. It's what the phone is. And it's geographically close. It's not specific because this is the 2G area. And that's why this phone moves to this way. From this information here, from this overlay map, I took cell phone location, sector location, geographic location of the roadways, and time, and came up with a map. So that's the map you see in front of you. I have the original. This is the map I came up with, but I gave y'all a copy of years ago. And the map, what was on this map is the tallest residence, the typical coverage area of the cell zone that I had to cross, okay? Because I know that when she leaves her house, if she's over this way, she's gonna stay on the Dartmouth Tower tomorrow. There's a real strong tower over here from the Yuma Tower. And if you get over, because I'll go with AT&T and wrote this, and they did a dot matrix map about where you were at compared to location. I mean, what happened was it put little dots on the map that if you got off a certain way, it changed tower sections. And I wrote with AT&T. We had a copy of Holly's phone. We had 4 copies of Holly's phone. And we wrote these maps, and there's a digital map with the dots on it that shows where you're at a certain location. And the phone had to funnel up through this area right here, because if not, if the 811 hit, would have been on the Parsons Tower, it would go over here. And would have been on the Yuma Tower if it went over here. So we know the phone went through here. And then we know it stays in this section of the Shallow Road Tower, which is section 2 of the Shallow Road Tower, for 2 more hits, the 817 and 826. So we know it goes to the freeway. And then there's 2 pings in this section of the tower here. There's two pings. And the phone stays in the stand area, gets up there about 8:30, gets in this section, and it stays until almost 9 o'clock. And it leaves at 9 o'clock out this way, because if there's a ping, 2 pings on this tower, which is the Cox Road Tower, sections 2, and then sections 3, and it bumps into section 3 as it goes south, and then it ends up around 9:25 on the Parsons Tower. If that phone went all the way out to the highway and south, the 9:25 would have been on the second section instead of the third section of Parsons Tower. That's the analysis. There's a lot of work went into this, figuring this out. It took several months to figure it out. But the phone said, and this y'all have got this map, the phone says it went to cell tower 1096 section 1 for 30 minutes before it left that area. The phone went there and it came out of that area. Getting that off. Getting off this, ping and pings. Somewhere to them pings.
Back when you rode with AT&T, I was down there that day. Your theory then was it was Corinth Road, which I disagree with.
Corinth Road? Went up Prospect Road, went up T.J. Evans Road.
Corinth Road is west to west.
What, I just wanted to change your mind. Originally, we thought it went more to the west because there was some data that was in the file that later we found out wasn't correct data. But after I dealt with AT&T, I said it had to go up this avenue up the center, because if you get over in this area, even just a little bit over here on Brown Road or Prospect over here, you end up on this real powerful 8-sided tower up the Yuma Tower over here. You can deal with it just a little bit, you're on that tower. So I know I had to go up to the middle. Because if you swing over this way, the Parsons Tower leads way up into this area too. The Parsons Tower.
If you
use any other equipment of your own to collect RF? Any kind of? No, on some other town before out of town. Not AT&T. Because our phone is AT&T town. Well, so you agree to maybe the first sentence here will be a matter of fact, it shouldn't be. When I tracked the phone, it went in that section right there, our body's on that section, and that phone stopped there for 30 minutes. Okay. Well, my analysis is that that's probably the time I'm driving. So what you're gonna say if you're asking what you're saying? That's a tough question. Well, do I believe that 100%? I'm at 90%. Can I answer that on the witness stand? I don't know what time death occurred. But according to self-data, the way it tracks to that section, it occurred in that 30 minutes. I'm a reasonable person. I'm quite stupid. Well, I'm not here to try. Common sense says it went into that section. I'll look at it in reverse. Look at it in reverse. The phone says, and this map was made 2.5 years ago. The phone says she went in this area. I put the little red dots on this map because I thought that's where you should focus the searches at. And I was asked at least 3 times where you should search at. And I said, you should focus at the freeway. Ricky Inman's, Dykus, and other people can verify that. Instead of going up there and searching at the freeway, they would have some idea of somebody else, and they'd run over and search here, run over and search there. And I said, she's up here. And I talked to neighbors, she's over here. I said, she's gonna be up here in this area. And that's where the phone went. It's been half an hour and it's left. If she was killed, she should be in that area. And she was found in that area. The reason I believe that now is because I heard the theory that she was taken, I don't even know where the guy lives, somebody's house a few miles away. And the chances of her being taken to that house, held for 3 days, killed and brought back and put in that cell section, which is a very small cell section, is, I would believe, very remote. What are the chances of that? What are the chances of the phone going in there, spending 30 minutes, and then she's taken away for 3 days and brought back to the same location? I would say. Are you aware that you have this? No. I just have numbers. And all I know is that cell section, I'm gonna point that out. Mark, you need to understand that. That cell section is that little blue, light blue spot right here. It's a little bit area right here. It's a very small cell section. It's section 1096, section 1, a very small section. If it was huge, I could probably buy more of that, but it's a very small section. This Cox Road Tower overwhelms. I was gonna ask a phone question, I'm gonna ask this one. Okay. How do you know she was still with her phone post-production? Because her mom said it was on it. How did her mom know? I believe her phone was with her until she was killed. Do you hear anything that's with it? Other than her mom said it was probably in her purse. Well, her property, within her house, and her property such as her lunchbox, her notebook that I found in the creek, and her phone was with her when she left the house. That was our understanding. Her phone was with her. Do I know her phone was on her? No, but her mother said it was with her travel. I know, but that's on a normal day. This is not a normal day. She's been kidnapped. Right. So but she also took all of her property with her. Or someone did. Or her brother described her carrying it. Are you aware of any subsequent interviews or information we obtained from Probable? No, I haven't talked to Clint since the beginning of the investigation. So is it possible he's provided additional or different information? Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know, in your email, you mentioned specifically the scope, obviously this is, but you mentioned braiding material, on braiding material. Because if y'all hear that she's held for 3 days, this can show that she was killed in the first hour. Well, what it can show is her phone is stationary up in that area. What does that mean? She was killed? No, we can't say that base, but I was just rise up where remains are from that area. So you believe it's too big of a coincidence. You believe we have wrong? Do I believe? I don't know enough about the case to believe I'm wrong. What do you think?
Well, I think that, yes. I think they're worth it. Why? Because everything fits with him. Everything in jail, Doc's asking, and he said, "Look, I interviewed Brett, where I looked at Brett, okay? Well, there's one side of the phone stuff in this one. You want me to say hi? I'm through Brett. Let's, I want to hear you. You want to hear it? No. Brett, here's why I think Brett. I get to jail every week. Probably about 50% on Brett, but Art, the FBI agent, and Dykus, and Ricky Emmons, and all them were real heavy hot on it. Even when y'all bumped at the buddy's house, okay? I was like, maybe not. Because I was giving him there could be just a little coincidence. But I spoke with Clint Bobo in the parking lot of the Armory. Second week of the investigation. Ricky Emmons was talking to Karen Bobo in the car. And I got Clint off by himself. And because I was hearing all kinds of descriptions of this guy and camouflage this and that, and I wanted to know who we're looking for. With Marshal Service, I deal with descriptions. I'm good at it. You can take it's going to sound racist, but you can give me a picture of a white guy, I can pick out a house, which is hard for typical white guys to do. And I'll do the description. And I walked back, I got off the side, I walked back about 15, 20 feet. I said, I want you to look at me, and I want you to go head to toe, what the guy looked like in a dumpster city. I said, I want you to go top to bottom. I said, first of all, there's an elephant. I said, second of all, white or black? He said, white. I said, white. He said, I remember the size of his face, and I remember his hair. I said, look at my height and judge how tall the guy was. He said, he's about an inch short. I said, so he's about 6 foot. He said, yeah, 5'11", 6 foot. I said, how much would he weigh? He said, he would weigh probably a little bit less than you. He said, he was big barrel chested. He was like he used to work out and stuff, but he had thin legs. Okay, and I said, what do you remember about his clothing? He said, he had a ball cap on. He said, I remember his black hair that came over the top of his collar. He said, I remember his black hair. He was walking away over the top of his collar. He said, he had a camouflage, I think he had a camouflage jacket on and blue jeans and some type of boots. That was the description I got from Clint way before Terry Britt came with the picture. Now, is it an exact description of Terry Britt? Yes, an exact description of Terry Britt. Terry Britt knows these roads very well. The person that did this knows these roads very, very well. They know how to drive these roads and get from point A to point B. And this map, when this map worked out with the cell phone, the person drove the least, with the fewest houses on it, the fewest people live. Not only the phone goes up, but Terry Britt used to hang out right underneath this bridge right here on the weekends to get drunk all the time. That's the bridge he got right underneath. You know, right there, got drunk all the time. He's known to abduct girls, rape girls. He's a sociopath that you can't believe failed. Not only that, the phone leaks back. It comes back toward his residence. There's stuff thrown out along here. He stops throwing stuff out, drives past his residence, and the best place to throw stuff away is this creek down here, because there's no other place to throw stuff away. They do all the large items in the creek. And I had the FBI disagree at the beginning about the large items, because they said that the lunchbox was planted by the side of the road. I said, no, it wasn't. I said, they threw all the large items in there right before they went home.
Are you aware that we have found, or not found any more large items?
There's blue floats that went down.
No, I mean,
No, I didn't know, but I'm trying to, no, I didn't know.
I'm not saying we are, I'm just saying, are you aware or not aware that we have found?
I have no idea. I just know that the FBI said that the young guy, not the FBI agency, there was a young FBI agent from Jackson on the case. And they said that the lunchbox was planted, that he was told the police. I said, they're not told the police. And I said, I think all of them are thrown in there. I talked to the guy that said the lunchbox was thrown over the side, there was a big hole thrown over the side, and it caught on sticks sticking out. And that's why I didn't go down the creek. And I said, I talked to the guy, the team that found that. And I said, well, I think our other stuff is down there. And I went down there, you know, and happened how we found her milk. And I think we threw the large items out right before we went home. I thought all this before Terry Britt was a suspect. And I drew a little map back to Terry's house, and he would have got home about 9:34 a.m. Yeah, Terry fits very, very well. He knows the roads, the phone circles around his house. He takes her where he knows where to hang out after drinking beer. He lives to a description exactly. And then when I interviewed him in jail, went to jail, I was asked me to go talk to him. I don't know what was going on in Alzheimer's. Is that this interview? Yeah, right there. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, and in the very beginning, he tried to say, oh, I don't know nothing about Holly Bobo. And I said, wait a minute. I just stopped him right there. I said, wait a minute, Terry. We know you rape women. We know you're a sociopath. I just brought it right out. And then when they had to kind of calm down, he kind of went, all right. And he talked. And I talked to him about a little bit about this map, about what time he would have got home. And he says, okay. He said, he's all right. He said, I'll plead to it if you want to close the case. And I mentioned, we need more than that. We need where her body is. And he didn't say, I don't know where her body is. He didn't say, I don't know. He said, I can't give you something I don't have, which I thought was a strange answer.
Do you know what it means when he said that?
No, can't give you something I don't have. I have to be a psychologist. I don't know what that means.
Would you describe that statement as confession?
Yeah, he basically confessed, yeah. Because he said he would plead to it. He told me in jail.
Well, what's this part here about the end where he said, I'm just.
Well, he did that at the end because he thought about it. And I said, and I mentioned to him, I said, listen, Terry, you need to talk to your attorney. If there's time for a deal, you need to speak up. But I can't cut him a deal. I'm not involved. But he said, if I need to show you something, how long will it take you to get me out of jail? That's the final things. When he stood up, and I said, I have to get ready to take me a couple of days. Because he says, well, Dyke says he can get me out any time, and I just got fussed with him about that. But he brought that up for him. He said, if I need to show you something, how long will it take you to get me out of jail? But Brett, I want to see. Brett fits this case very well. Did he do it? I don't know. I was at about 50% whenever going to jail. Talking was 90% when I went to jail. Now that you located her body, we figured I'm at about 100%. I don't know what the current case is. I don't want to.
So you're willing to say you're 100%, but you also say you don't know what we know. After not being involved in the case in 2 years.
Okay, let's take this 95%.
Did we, you mentioned,
That's reasonable, 5% is reasonable down, I'll leave that.
I mean, I'm not trying to help you out. I'm just trying to make sure we didn't miss
He
something.
fits very well.
Did we obtain anything?
Oh, I don't know why I'll stop looking at it, honestly. I don't know why I'll stop looking at it. It's, as far as I know, the government clear.
Did we obtain anything? You were involved in the undercover operation.
Yes, yes.
And a lot of listening was performed, a lot of interviews were done, a lot of evidence was
Well,
done.
I think we thought at the time that his wife was involved with him in part of this, but come to find out.
Did we obtain anything during that phase of the investigation that proved Brett did this?
I don't think so. I think we figured out his part overheard on the phone, he was talking to his wife in the house. One of the very few times we actually got audio is he made the comment, I wouldn't do something like that to Janet. And that means that Janet's probably not involved. Because we thought Janet was involved because we can't explain when the car was parked there in the house. And I don't know that, I still don't know that. They'll make explain that one now. But that's the reason we thought Janet was involved. Come to find out, Janet makes a comment, she wakes up when the dogs are barking and gets home about 9. Well, the dogs are barking outside. I think he gets home about 9:35. So that's what woke her up. Because she worked late, stuff about 3 a.m.
So you have specific times, appointed lab, how did you come to these times, driving around? What speed did you drive? 32, 33 miles an hour.
Why they speed? Because it's not too slow, we didn't notice, but it's not fast enough to be dangerous. It's a little bit, probably a little bit quicker than the average person may drive. Because that's just an average.
You're not from there, are you?
Well, no, I'm from the country, but I'm not from there. But I drove that speed just because I didn't want it. You don't want to be sliding off the road. You don't want to drive slow enough for somebody to notice you, I think. But that's the speed of it, about 32, 33 miles an hour. I did enough time with Ricky Emmons and Dyke, just trying to figure out where it was when. And it took a long time to plug stuff into this map. This is not made up over. It changed and morphed a little bit until everything had to fit where you're not on the wrong side of one tire one time or another.
So this map was created before, thank you just said, before you considered predecessor for all that. So these times,
This map was created early, so.
okay, with these times on your map, are you considered them definite times? That
I would say you gotta give it about a half mile through 30 second, area. And if you want to prove me wrong, well, please. Please.
Okay, would you agree that, so this is not, that you consider this a definite route?
This is an accurate idea.
Could it be very a little bit?
Very, very little, because this road right here, you get very little right here. If you vary it much, you end up in the wrong section a long time. It's very little. Like if you would come out, like a lot of, like that, the outlaws came out to the highway, the highway 906 is a period of time to get on. So if you get off the map too much, you end up in the wrong area a long time, your time to get on. So it very little. Say you, like I noticed driving south right here, that the phone turns, this, I originally thought the phone went, I'll show you this thing. I originally thought it went around this way, on this road over here, this far east, I thought it was around this way, but when you do that, your time gets off. You end up, your 9 and 10 is too far over here. So I said, I had to adjust it back this way.
That's assuming that somebody's kidnapped somebody, they're going to act that calmly.
I don't think she's with him after the, right here on. I think she's with him when the phone goes north, or when the phone goes east and south, she's not with him.
You said with him, when we talk about Brett, whoever, Brett, Mississippi, whoever. We don't have the luxury of saying, we have to know.
I know. Okay, so I think she's with him when the phone is 8 o'clock. I think she's with him until about 8:56. Right at 9 o'clock, the phone comes out of that area, the property's just thrown out. And the video analysis said the property's been thrown out, she's probably dead. They said that too. And I think the stuff is thrown out along Yellow Springs Road. As it goes south, he dumps it in the big creek before he goes home. And,
in all fairness to the behavioral analysis, and all of us early on, what we say is an opinion is one thing, what we say is a fact is different, correct? Well, is that their opinion, will they say that as a fact?
What's that? Just like this is my opinion.
You said, well, no, you're 100% sure, but I don't know.
Based on what I know, let's say 95.
I don't know where the number higher.
I changed it to 95, just I'll leave a little bit on that.
So when the behavioral analysis made their comments, they're trying to have, as we call it, ask for.
Yeah, sure.
Those were all
Opinions. Right. Then I didn't believe it, but later on I said, I agree.
It's just an opinion now.
No, I haven't seen this. I don't know what opinion I figured out. The FBI, Jimmy Redneck. Yeah, on a map with the names on. On the behavior. No, it was on his computer. Like I was. Because we looked at how far they were from the tower, and he was describing, actually, there's a paint not far from why is looked at. He was describing it's on the arc, that you have to swing around the arc. But that's the problem, the distance from the tower, but it's not the exact spot. Right, because you're shallow down, so 120 meters. So this one said you have to swing them around and figure out, because we were trying to put the thing on roadways and try to determine times. That's what we tried to do that time.
So this last time, 925, you think that it came off of Parsons now, yes?
And it lines up three things. It not only lines up with the house, but it lines up with the creek, and it lines up with the road. So that you swing out to the roadway. If the roadway kind of be off because you would be further south, you do further south.
I think you turn this going off Parsons now.
Because I remember that thing off Parsons Town, the third side of Parsons Town.
Over by the house.
I remember that, there was a Parsons Town. There was a Parsons Town case, and it was 2 off the Cox Road, and it was 2 off the
You're talking
Shaw.
about 12573.
Let's see. Yes.
Now, let me ask you a question. This is where the creek is, where this E is right here. It's outside that last ping area. Where her phone was found is right on the edge of the ping area. Can you explain why?
I look at it.
Was you aware of circumstances when and how they come from?
But roadways like this is Parsons too. This is the tower. The FBI had a painting that was out about here, and when we did the art on it, it lined up with the highway, the creek, and her residence.
That's this painting, and this last one.
Yeah, it's the last one.
And this right here is the center spot for that. Right here, the white dot, the white line. And this, her house is right here, this little red. And so this is the last final thing, 4894 meters. Right there.
Who's it tower right there?
Right along in here, yeah.
I'll explain this one. You have to take the tower and the team, you gotta run it at the arc of. They said this is not an accurate spot.
No, it's not.
They said there's an arc where you have to run the arc around, and it can vary a little bit even in and out because it's a signal strength off of the phone. It's an estimated signal strength.
How will we determine that arc and where to put it?
You have to take the cell phone tower, and you go out that distance, and then you run it.
How do you determine the distance?
Tell me about the distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance will be like
The radius.
Yeah, the distance of the radius. You take half the radius out, and you run the tank around.
One half.
Because that's the distance out from the tower. It's not the full distance from the tower, that's the main mark. You take the tower, go out half the distance, but the main mark is, and you run the radius. It's like a different thing. Because there's some up north on the shallow road that do the same thing, that are in that section. There was a paint out about here. And I asked Jimmy about that, he said, well, you need to, it probably is on one of the roadways, that you run it around to where we locate on the roadways. You know, it's probably closer to where.
So.
Yeah, Jimmy did those, I was on the little canvas park. Because there's a 906 and a 902 paint on this park. Because
There's an 857 right here, Probable, up here.
You may have more than I have.
The 902. The 910. The 925.
And there was a 853 of them. No.
So here's my concern. Let's go back. This first sentence here, you believe that to be a fact. Because if it's a fact, you believe more opinion.
That's it indicates this.
So as far as the brain material,
The telephone shows or states it on the indicators.
you've written a lot of reports on cell phone stuff that you can. I read a lot of reports on cell phone stuff. This is the first report you've written on cell phone, right?
I have to think about that. Probably not.
I read a lot of reports. So the map was created 3.5 years ago. This report was generated recently off this map.
Rick thought the reason I brought this up, I don't think, so, the reason I brought this up is it begins a trial. And there's some stuff brought up about shows about timeline, I don't know the timeline, but I've heard rumors, and I said the timeline can be a little. But that's starting to make a big deal about, it, especially if you want to get 6, not over 60 comes. But it's not my first big case to be involved in. I was going to bring it up, and I found a remains, and I probably should say something. I was going to talk about it. But,
First off,
if you have great suspects that fit in, you have to plug them in.
But, so it's, you don't know for a fact that her phone stayed with her post-production.
I wasn't good at it.
Okay, so
I was told I was under the phone was went through when it went forward.
no, I think it's her mother doesn't know. If you're talking about post-production, the mother knew the phone was still.
No, I don't know.
Are you an expert for phone tracking with the Marshal Service? Are you considered, have you been deemed an expert? Clint, you mentioned Clint gave a description. Are you aware that prior to them and since then, Clint has given multiple descriptions? Okay.
I just caught the third weekend, second or third.
So you give a very detailed description that Clint gave you a few minutes ago about the way that are you, you're the test to you, are you aware, so just with all sense you're using, that he has given multiple different descriptions of what he saw and what happened? Are you aware of that?
No. I've talked to him 4 times, sometimes for 2 hours. This is very early on in the investigation. I didn't get any indication he was being dishonest. But I don't know what to do.
Like I'm with this kind of transition from the Marshall statements to keep this. They have a kind of a good, I don't want to do interviews like this, but I'm just going to kind of ask some follow-up questions for clarification purposes. If you want to jump in or you'll do it. And some of these you've already addressed, so again, I apologize. I don't know what do interviews like this, but I'm just kind of following your supervisor's leads here. Do you know what new information we have received in the last year and a half?
No. The only thing I know is that there's rumors that she was held for 3 days, possibly videotaped.
Where does rumors come from?
I heard it yesterday at the range, the Marshal Service from downtown. They were shooting the range they were talking about.
Anybody from TBI?
No, the range.
And what about the FBI?
Possibly, because I don't know where that building was, but I heard people talking. Saying she was held for 3 days.
Anybody involved with the investigation?
No, I've not heard anything at all. That's why I'm asking you, that you're not, you can't say.
Do you know what proof we have currently, whether it be interviews, eyewitnesses, physical evidence, or confessions? Are you aware?
No, I have no idea.
When's the last time you spoke with our current case agent?
Joe?
Joe.
A long time, 2.5 years.
When's the last time you spoke to her doctor?
About 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever said this?
No. Yeah, one of those. Terry seemed to put his mind, so I don't know what y'all have to do. He's not gone for a while.
When's the last time you reviewed the TBI case?
Almost 2.5 years ago. Or more.
When's the last time you attended a Bobo investigative briefing?
2.5 years.
Have you had any involvement in 2014? When would you say was the last official involvement you had with us, either on your own or we asked you to do something?
Brett, we know we're investigating Brett.
That be,
That's
already in 2013?
That's the last.
And I'm referring to the interview you did.
Yeah, that's the last. That's the last thing. Marshall.
Do you know the specific circumstances surrounding the finding of Holly's remains and the investigating that resulted in?
No, I just called Ricky Emmons and asked for the skull was found, and he gave me the general location. That's all I know.
General and
400 yards north of the front of the tower there.
did Ricky say he went down to, was he involved in the,
He didn't say anything, he just told me, he just said that that's an area on the slope.
I thought that's not already asked you. When's the last time we asked you in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation asked you for assistance? Do you have a case open on this? And this is kind of a strange question I'm asking you. Are you a homicide investigator? No. What is your area of expertise in Marshal Service? What do you do?
Done a wide variety of things for Marshal Service.
You don't have like one or two?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's a wide variety of things right now. I've been on the joint terrorism task force for the last 9 years. I have looked at the Strategic National Stockpile. I have refused investigations for any help,
But no phone, so.
refused investigations on stuff, and sometimes JTF.
Do you do the phone stuff or you call somebody to do the phone stuff? If I call somebody, I'll do it. I have to call.
I've done many of these from Texas. I worked at the one court in Houston, Texas for 6 years. We didn't have a phone guy. We had a guy who was in Dallas. So I would just run stuff by and we'll do a confusion investigation. I did the phone stuff. It's not hard.
Is it exact science?
No, absolutely not. Well, now it probably is. Back then, all of it's not. It's getting an exact science now. It's getting down to square foot. So.
But there's no way, absent video or eyewitnesses, you can ever say who's with a phone, what phone's with, or what happens to the phone when it stops, right? I mean, I'm not a phone expert, I'm not sure.
All right, we've been going for more than an hour. How much time's left?
19 minutes.
Let's hear it. I'm missing something. The phone's moving around and all this data's coming in and showing you this, this, and this. Is it tell you what's going on or just tell you what the phone is?
So in the first sentence here, your mind that reads all that opinion. Yes. That's what I think. That's what I'm doing. Well, I read it back. It indicates, I would say. It indicates because, I mean, this all indicates this probably happens. It's all the information together indicates.
Again, we're not trying to talk you out of anything. We just want to be sure we didn't miss something. And please, if you have anything else that we need to know.
I'm under the opinion that the phone tracked in the freeway, so in 30 minutes there, she was killed her, they threw stuff away from the left.
Please, today,
That's my opinion.
to,
And I haven't seen anything to sway that yet. That's my opinion.
do you have anything else we need to know about?
No, let's go. That's my opinion. My opinion is that that's probably where she was killed, based on what I see. Do y'all have something that negates that? Great. That's what I don't know if anything else outside of her investigation. I don't know what confessions you have. I know one person that y'all have in custody because I saw his name on TV. That's it. Okay, exactly. I already know that.
First, because you guys have been involved in litigation last 2.5 years. It just makes sense.
I just, for my comfort and integrity, I would like to know, I'd like you to explain this one. That's what I want. Show me them all. I have a problem reading first. Well, as Mark said at the beginning, you know, your email just out of the blue, sort of colors. I apologize for that. I don't see that one. It's not the fact that you have this. I was thinking they better pick up the phones, hey, come on, get together and talk and discover what if, not saying this is the case, but what if. If I have to do over again, I would try another call.
So everybody has theories. And some people don't stick to the theories because of new information developed or that's just my opinion. We all have opinions because Rick's not the only person that we thought did this.
He's the only one I got about 40% on.
Darryl Ham.
Now it's 30% on. There's a lot of coincidence. I don't really think Darryl Ham. After about the first couple weeks, it's something else. But he had a lot of coincidence lined up, and I just asked, there's a lot of strange coincidence lined up.
And that's true of a lot of different leads that we have, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot.
And then we work these leads and we're like, we move on to we try to rule somebody out or prove what they did or what they didn't. Exactly, that's what we do, of course. And then we move on to another lead. Until sometimes we have the proof and evidence that we know who did it. Of course.
It reads as fast actually I think we can say this is a possibility. Because that's what that is, but it's not what it's reads. So I didn't intend for it to be 10 words be, that's fine. That indicates things. This is what this shows. Doesn't mean it's fact. Just like her phone, I think her phone was with her, but I don't think fact it was.
Just in case our prosecutor would have asked, we get ready for this, we're going to a trial. I think you could produce some more, you said you know this was the only phone tracking report you've done. Might be helpful if we could look at another one that you can provide.
There's none of that stuff to say, yes, years ago. I have worked phone stuff as far as cases, these investigations, and years.
Those were records, those cases, if it's a case like that, you were doing story.
I don't know if the district has it or not.
So there are some reports out there.
Here's the thing about phone tracking and using cases, okay, is that we don't tell our secrets on the reports, okay? So, we put down phone information in reports, and we typically don't do that.
None of this is a secret.
This is what we do now. Back then we did, because then people didn't know how to track it, know it. It's, the word is, in the last 5 years, the word is out. Back then, we didn't talk about confidential informants, phone tracking, we didn't put it down. So I'm probably not going to talk report when I have talked about previous phone stuff, but I have done lots of phone stuff.
Primarily to catch people or to determine what happened?
Catch people. There was one previous phone investigation we did where girls were done for one time. We used subtracting.
Is that two different animals though, using phone data to physically find somebody and using phone data to interpret what we think happened?
No, it's the same. We're looking for the person. We're looking for the phone. We're find the phone, find the person. Just like this, we thought we could find the phone, find Holly. Just like the future, we find the phone, find the future.
We have found Holly now, but yet we're still looking at phone records. Phone we did.
Because that phone will tell the story.
And have you ever worked a case where you used the phone to tell the story?
Yeah.
As a
Usually the best I know in Walmart, Top Texas, back in 2000.
who was the lead agency on that one? Did you open a case on that? Did you testify in court? Trial?
No, you play. She was working that way.
Were you prepared to testify as a policeman? Are you prepared today to testify as a policeman?
That's my agency. But that's why I can't comment. I don't get the choice.
Anything else we need to know that I can give us or tell us?
I prefer not to testify.
Well,
That's my choice, but my agency, that's it.
we don't have that luxury.
Kind of put yourself out. Well, there's a whole lot of stuff I did in my first 2 years of investigation, so she documented this, would you agree that's kind of put you out there? I felt that I needed to bring it up. That, I don't have a lot of heartburn about that, I think it's the way you brought it up.
But this is your opinion.
This is your opinion, this is not fact, you're saying this is not factual, because I just. Okay.
All right. I'll give you my phone number back here. Don't hesitate to call. Anything. We have a regular motion.
I lost track, that was the problem. That's probably the biggest mistake I did. I lost track. And I asked, I was talking to the agent over there, and I said, "Will be a good way to have," and I explained to her, I said, "What more?" She said, "Here's her email address." And I wanted to be thorough in my opinion. I didn't want anything unclear. I want to be very clear.
Anything official we need to discuss before I turn the recorder off? You don't have anything else to tell us right now or anything else to give us right now? Yeah, we don't want to miss anything. Okay, it's very important to us that we always do the right thing and then we get the right people.
Talked about clinical discretion, talked about Fred, talked about the cell phone, talked about Brett in jail.
Would you have signed a one against Fred? Based on that statement? First murder, kidnapping? You would have? You're not going to get it. You were charged with special mistake on the 329.
You have those, so that.
conversation you had about it. Have you ever charged him with anyone murder? You shot a warrant against someone for murder?
It was like a combined other this, I was a cop for 10 years. Where we at? I worked as a state investigator for a couple of years before the state decision in Texas. We don't have no issue with the death sentence. I mean, like I said, I testified in 5 capital murder trials, 4 received life, 1 received the death sentence. And I had friends of mine that run work. I lived in Huntsville 15 years. Friends of mine were one of the balls who did executions. So I don't have an issue with the capital punishment at all. You know, that's not an issue.
What I mean is normally when we sign a warrant against somebody, we know we're right. You know, of course, you back it up.
I understand that.
We can back up what happened.
Had a long career. If I signed a warrant against murder of somebody, I'd say no. Just so I make sure that it's a long career. Involved a lot.
Can I go back to this? Something about, you say you discuss many opinions and ideas that you think presented to the prosecutor. What ideas?
Oh, that was, because, they were looking at, charging him with a couple of different cases. And the ideas was that this might be the time to work a deal with, get your idea, you might be the time to talk to the prosecutor working a deal. I was trying to get him to help us, help himself.
Were you alone with this? So did he give you any other information other than what you have written there? Because we want to make sure that we're not over. Was he not after that? So, if that is a confession, it was done while he was in custody, otherwise not trial?
Yes.
You think we can get that in?
You have to rewrite rights and have to
I'm going to all here. Did you know you was going to interrogate him when you went in? Ask some questions about the Redrum of Holly Bobo?
We were going to discuss it generally. My purpose was to see if he would wanted to work some stuff out. And to see if he wanted to talk about
So did you intentionally not Mirandize him or just forget about Mirandize?
I didn't expect him to confess to anything. I guess I tasted it, right? That's what you mean.
I don't think
I don't either. I mean, I didn't know, I didn't think it was my place to Mirandize him and get a confession. That was Johnson.
Well, I disagree that this is a confession, but that's neither here nor there. But had this been a confession, if he was not Mirandized,
Well, if you start confessing, I'd have stopped. I'd have stopped and you need to get the T-by.
but you're calling this a confession. Did you stop him?
No, I didn't say confession. I said he admits to, he said he pleaded to it.
So this is not a confession. And I say that because some of the other martial
That's kind of gray area.
Well, I mean, it's not, if you didn't Mirandize him, it's a black and white.
No, it's not Mirandized.
But he wasn't because he asked questions about what he was, in your mind, considered a suspect.
Yes.
Okay, so your phone report, that's opinion, it's not factual, that's what it tells us. It's not opinion. I stated when I first read it. Got some other guys, money, and I didn't tell them what it was, it's a previous one. We all got on the first sentence. It's our opinion. It's a pretty bold statement. Cold statements have to be backed up. That's our problem. So, we're to back it up and then about it. Okay. Here. Okay. Is that your own copy? I
I haven't seen it.
I can't say that we don't have it, and that it doesn't look familiar to me, but that's
Can
what.
you get us a copy of that, please? Let your original work product, once you take that. I'll get you a copy. Okay, that would be helpful. All right, so, the team map that I showed you, that's created already. I want the reason I know that I created it. I had it blown up down there on the wall. Very, very early. So, you think there's another thing out there that's not on this map? You said 853. I thought it was 853 there. There's not. For some reason I have 853 cell thing somewhere else. Well, I don't have it on there. I don't have this on there. 853 is not on there. I thought it was a paint. I thought it was a paint. That's what I put. I thought it was 853 in that section. That's 857. I tell you what I'd like to read it. If you have research it for me, I want to know if I'm okay. I'm going by what I'm trying to, Jimmy read that, I'm trying to talk to him 2 weeks ago, okay, I'm in touch with him, so I've been talking to him. Yeah. Call Jimmy and ask him. If he doesn't have it, I don't work on it. Okay, you can mark out, and I'll work it. We'll get it, okay. Yeah, because 826 and 906 are almost dark. You agree with that? Minus the things, I'm talking about income calls, minus the things, so minus the things, so we've got a 40-minute time period that we're almost dark with no activity. Meaning income calls, people trying to find her, you agree with that? So then it's free. So the next thing we see that I'm aware of is 857, 902, 906, excuse me. 857 and 902 are two teams. 906 she gets income call. 910 we get another team on Cox. 925 we end up there. Any questions? You need to ask to us.
Okay, I'm gonna, the time is approximately 11:15. This meeting is in conclusion. And one time we're wrong. Okay. Kind of weird situation, sorry to put you on that, but it just had to be done out of respect to all that. You hit sand because you felt the need to, and we had to do this because we was afraid we missed something, we want to fix it. Very good. Yeah. My phone number? I don't have a card.
No, just a few follow-up questions and I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
Basically in this, unless you think there's something at the end I need to hear.
No, you
All right.
This report that you did was it was your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon information that you gathered between 2011 and 2013, correct?
Yes.
And you told Mark Lewis and Mike Frizzell you were not a cell phone expert.
I can do 2G towers. I'm not a cell phone expert. That is a very, in my agency, that is a very complicated thing.
Right. You told
Very
them when they asked you directly, are you a cell phone expert? You said no.
Right.
When Judge McGinley asked you, Kyle, if you were a cell phone expert, you said no.
Like I said, that is in my agency, that is a very vast. I don't consider the people testifying in the trial cell phone experts.
Okay. But the judge did. I'm asking you, when Judge McGinley asked you if you were a cell phone expert, your answer to Judge McGinley was no.
Correct.
Okay.
I've answered that.
And your report that you gathered, that you put together and that you sent out, it consists of Holly Bobo's cell phone information, correct?
Yes.
Where it was. Okay.
Mhm.
Would it surprise you to learn that Zach Adams' cell phone, and Jason Autry's cell phone, and Holly Bobo's cell phone were all pinging off the truck stop tower at the same time that morning.
Disagree.
Okay. Want anything else?
Briefly, Your Honor. Did Terry Britt appear to you to be a humorous person?
No, he's a black and white. He's a sociopath. He's black and white.
Did he laugh when he?
No. No, he was calculating how to work out a situation.
Now, in your tracking of fugitives, is it important to determine location of death? Location of death.
In what?
In tracking this information, you're
In
tracking the
tracking
fugitives.
fugitives?
Yes.
We need to find them, the person.
And if you don't, are you able to reach the conclusions that you did in this case?
I'm not following your question.
Okay, let me ask it this way. You put emphasis and importance on personal effects being thrown out beyond where you believe the remains would be found.
Yes, it's part of the evidence, part of the trail.
What importance did you place on the personal effects being thrown out?
That the person was getting rid of the things out of their vehicle before they went home. They didn't need evidence in their vehicle. That's the importance.
Now, are you aware that there was personal effects found at the remains?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. If just a demonstrative aid I have in purple is generally tracks with your map and the times.
Yes.
The remains up here from 8:26 to 8:56, there was no significant movement.
It's probably 25 minutes, maybe a little more,
All right.
28 minutes. That's in section 1 of the Shallow Road Tower.
And if the remains had various personal effects with it, would that be consistent with that being the location of death?
Yes. Yes.
Now, listen to this question. Does this make sense in determining location of death? That the victim stayed at this location of death area. Some of her personal remains were thrown out. Then she was transported somewhere else for an hour or so, and then brought back to the place where her death was with all of her personal effects. Would that make any sense?
No. If her personal remains and her phone would have went toward the river, she would have been on that tower down there. And she's not.
And what was your expert opinion as to the contents of the Gooch Creek?
That was the best place to get rid of large items, because before that, there's really no creek or anything like that to get rid of. You'd throw it on the side of the road. That's a place you could throw the stuff in, it would wash downstream. It was a place to get rid of large items.
In your opinion, that there was any other personal effects retained after the Gooch Creek?
No, I would imagine everything went in. Probably even the battery off of the phone is probably in the creek, because that's the time it went dead. The timeline works out to where they're at Gooch Creek at 9:30, and that's when the phone goes dead. And the phone goes dead when you remove the battery on the phone, such as that.
And if you don't know, that's fine. If a bullet was right by the remains at the site you said the remains will be found, its diameter is consistent with the size of defect. Would that be consistent with your findings of the location of death?
Yes.
No further questions.
Hold on there, Mr. Bates. Let's, you've used this demonstrative aid in opening statements, and now you've used it with a witness. So we need to take some sort of photograph or something to reference for the record of this. So I'm going to ask that the parties at lunch agree on some sort of form that we can put that as a demonstrative aid into the record. All right. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Warren?
Let me make sure I understand this. If I'm shot right here and somebody takes my purse that has my phone in it and they hightail it to Nevada and they throw my phone out of a car in Nevada and that's where it's found with my purse, is it your testimony that that's where I must have been killed?
No.
I'm nothing further on that.
All right. Any follow-up to that, Mr.
No,
Bates?
Your Honor.
Can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You may not know that there's a crew in town. The head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask the cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. On the